Hello? Hello? We're technically still in the ad break, but OMG! OMG! we got a double raid! Hi, double raid! Can you guys hear me? I bet you those of you that have Twitch Turbo can hear me. Why am I looking like that? Those of you that have Twitch Turbo are able to hear me. But everybody else who just came in is in ads. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We run ads before we start, so that we get the full hour of ad previewing when we get back. One sec. There we go. That's much better. Whoa! Hi. We got 30 seconds till ads are over. But hi! Welcome in, everybody! It's a beautiful Tuesday. It's actually a very rainy Tuesday, but you know, rain has its own beauty, right? Thanks, Satan. Welcome in! Welcome in! We're still working through the ads. Let me say hi to everybody. We've got, let's see. That a Toasty came in. Hi, Toasty. Snail came in, grabbed the first redeem. Wow. Snail, you're so good at grabbing the first redeem. This is the second time in a row, I think. Jack is here. Hello. Okay, we're out of ads. Hi, Raid. For those who hung out through the ads, I really appreciate it. I appreciate you sticking around. I'm Cheesecake. I'm Crystal Cheesecake. You can call me Cheesecake. I use they, them, or AMR pronouns. We like to do art here. We like character art, we like painting, and we like pixel art. We like indie games, retro games, and Nintendo games. We've been playing Pokemon White, but we've hacked in bunny Pokemon. So our whole team consists of only bunnies, which has been an interesting challenge so far. I do not want to talk about the battle subway. We do not talk about what happened at the battle subway. Hi! What were you guys up to? I assume that you must have been streaming together, right? Let's see, that was Luminous Bard and Satan TY. So let's... Luminous Bard. Everybody hit the little heart at top of chat to thank them for raiding in today. And we'll shout you out properly later, Satan. But we can do this one for now. Satan TY. Okay. We're here to hide from the cops. Don't snitch us out. What were you guys doing? What were you doing today? Yeah, you did come right into the ad break. I'm so sorry. How's it going? Oh, they're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Were you playing together? Were you playing against each other? I'm assuming this was a like a streaming together thing. That would be why it was so sudden. Oh, we streamed an episode of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Series we're recording together. Oh, Satan won pretty handily this week, but he broke a losing streak? Rad. Oh, that sounds so fun. That sounds so fun. I don't really have much experience with Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm big on Pokemon TCG, although I've been sort of falling off of that lately. But, yeah. They should make being sick illegal. Oh, no! Hi, Snail. I hope you feel better soon. Also, hi, Leo. Thank you for the daily crawlers. Look at them go. I'm gonna be vibing for a few days to recover spoons. That's good. That's good. Fill up that silverware drawer. I opened Pokemon cards I was saving earlier because I was sick and bored. Did you get anything? Did you get anything rad? Lotad Reverse Hollow by one of my favorite artists and 3 Mega Lopunny EX. Dang. Well, am I having connection issues? No, it's okay. Yeah, Mega Lopunny, that's... I don't know what that card does, but is that enough to make a deck? Wow! I barely even started and we've already got people coming in to say hi. It's so sweet, it's so sweet. And it's lovely to meet you guys. I feel like I maybe recognize the name. Maybe? I'm curious how you found me. Hi, Equestrian. It's been a sec. Welcome in. Let's see if we can shout out Satan TUI. There we go. Everybody hit the heart at top of chat to give Satan a big thank you for raiding in today. Click it, click it, click it, do it. But yeah, we're gonna get back to our Pokemon White Bunnies Only run. We're making our way through Charged Stone Cave. This is jamming. I didn't realize when I turned on the Endless Ocean soundtrack that it would be so jamming. Wow. Anyway, we got our bunnies. We got our team of bunnies. Oh, this is the Dolphin and Whale Training Show. I thought of Rocky Ann when I saw the title of this one. Yeah. Oh, It Wheels. Thank you. Congrats on winning the Battle Royale. Woohoo! Yeah, we're making our way through Charged Stone Cave. We got Mistralton City ahead of us. Fun stuff going on. Let's see how well our bunny buns do. Yay! Oh, no, we don't need that. Yeah, that's fine. Only goes for like $30, plus 2 illustration rares. One seems decent for a deck. Ah, sick! What illustration rares were they? Okay, was I think I was going upwards. I guess if this other guy tries to fight us, then we'll know. Ah, little bug! Every non-Charizard card in the set is like under $50, so definitely one here. Rad, rad. That's pretty good. Pretty good pull. How's the game volume, by the way? Is it too loud, too quiet? What do you think? What do you think? Dugong and Toxtricity. Ooh, you'll have to send pictures of them or like scans from somewhere else in the TCG chat in the server. Oh, by the way, Raiders, if you've been like streaming hard and you gotta go take a rest, feel free to do so. You can hang out, but don't make me keep you. Don't make me keep you. Oh, see you around, Equestrian. It was nice to see you, even if briefly. Okay. Yeah, okay, we already fought these guys. I remember. Let's check on our team. Well, Tomo's in the way. The new Tomo graphic is in the way. That's fine, we can do that. Oh yeah, everybody's doing just fine. We do still have to go rename Victini and Wigglytuff. Oh, and Plusle. Oh, saludos, Setcho, welcome in! Plusle needs a name. Plusle needs a name still. I was thinking about it. I really like the German names for the Jigglypuff line. It's let me look it up real quick. German name. Okay, Jigglypuff is Pummeluff, Wigglytuff is Knuddeluff, and Igglybuff, where are ya? Gentoo. Ah, Fluffaluff. It's so cute! They're such cute names, so I'm thinking we could just rename Wigglytuff Knuddeluff, because that's the German name. Yes, hello! I am Hans' German name. Hi, Beanie. It's a great jumper. It's real. It's real. I still have to get mine. I might just go for it. I also have to save money for Christmas shopping though too. I'll probably do like a little bit of fundraising for Christmas shopping. Just like a little bit. But yeah, spend money, receive sweater. It's true, you can do it. But I'm glad you like it. I like it too. It was also fun to like make for my model. Merch. Wrong shop. There we go. There we go. I'm so glad I fixed this game so that it doesn't... Sure, we'll change the welcome board to that. As conceited as it seems. I'm so glad I fixed the, like, Skippy text. Bend Bunny receive sweater. Copy. Paste. There we go. Hi, Prisma! Welcome in! Yeah, we're gonna... Oh, I'm glad I fixed the, like, Skippy audio issue, when I come away from the game. Like, it'll still be there a little bit, but for the most part, it won't. Pokemon living in this charged stone cave are so beautiful. I think the little yellow spider is really beautiful because they're free from people. They're free from pee-pee poo-poo. I choose for my Pokemon the garbage trash one that says it's the best location because Galvantula lives there? Yeah! Chargestone Cave is pretty rad. Does Psychic have... Wait, is Trubbish Dark type? No, Trubbish isn't Dark type, it only is in the TCG because Poison types became Dark. Does Poison have interaction with Psychic? Pokemon type chart. Okay, just gonna have that bad boy pulled up because, I've been playing Pokemon my whole life and I still don't know the type chart. Okay, Psychic. Oh, is super effective against Poison. Run it. Run it. Yeah, I remember, oh yeah, there you go. I remember my Jirachi being super fun against, like the Team Rocket peeps. That's so real though. Like... Oh, I probably should have switched out. It's fine though. I gotta remember not to look at chat while I'm still working on a thought. My strategy has been slipping. Yeah, let's searing shot this kitty cat. Oh yeah, against Team Rocket, my Jirachi was very helpful with all that psychic type attacks. Flinched! Try again. How am I supposed to remember that poison is resistant to poison? I don't know. You're right, poison is resistant to poison. I mean, a lot of them make sense. But then it's like... Ice is not very effective against steel. Oh, quick attack. There we go. I'm gonna recalibrate my hand tracking. There we go. It's much better. Yippee! Happy birthday, Cider! My favorite though is flying type being strong against fighting type. And likewise, fighting type being weak against flying type. Because have you ever tried to punch a bird? It doesn't work very well. Have you ever tried to do that? Ask me if steel type resists itself or is neutral and my life depends on it. I don't know, I think I'm just dying. It is a 50-50 at least. That's not so bad. That's not so bad. Your booty depends on it. Yeah, birds have the high ground. That's a pretty good way of looking at it. I just always think, bird punch! Super epic bird punch. You're the trainer that my Lord N is worried about. Oh, he's worried about me? That's so sweet of him. That's so nice of him. No ground above the ground. They can have as high of ground as they want. More trubbish. Keep it going. I love my epic little fire bunny. I love how sometimes they'll just slap Psychic type onto a Pokemon to make it cooler. They literally did that with Lugia. But they have all these garbage Pokemon, to give them a second chance. Or something like that. We've got a question of the day today, which is kind of rare. Our question of the day is, yeah, what a garbage team. Our question of the day is, if you were a Pokemon gym leader, what would your team be? What would your team be? What would it be? Tell me. Something trainers around here. I didn't even see it. Wait, can I catch it? You may have beaten me, but you're no match to the other trainers around here. I think that's what it said. I honestly have trouble deciding whether I would be a grass type or fairy type trainer. I sure like grass type Pokemon a lot, but I also sure like fairy type Pokemon a lot. And, you know, if I was a gym leader, who's to say that I'm not, like, in a region where I don't have to have, like, 100% like the same type Pokemon? What if the region I'm in is like, gym leaders, you can mix it up a little bit if you want. Don't worry about it. So maybe I could be like a fairy grass trainer. I would probably have an Azumarill. A Florges. I like Florges. I would have silly guys, yeah! Get you a Goodra. Goodra's a real silly guy. As a proud member of Team Plasma, I will gladly battle with you. Okay, okay, buddy. Yeah, Azumarill's pretty strong sometimes, you know what I mean? Meanie. Yeah, it's really confusion. Yeah, it's not garbage this time. Hi, Frisbee. Hi, Frizz. It's not prohibitively late for you right now, is it? If I had to guess, it's like 1:30. Oh, no night cider. Let's bring out Pepper. Pepper. Whoa, look at him go. Bet you didn't think I could do that, did ya? I like Swablu. I don't know, give me Swablu. Swadloon was my first thought, and Gulpin. All different types, though. I mean, your theme could be silly little guys. It doesn't need to be a type theme. We're gonna hit you with a Drain Punch. Green type, my favorite type. Swablu is green now, by the way. I can see Swablu's shiny being green. I know it's like gold, but I can see it. I can see it. Just like in my head. Sandile. Chicken jockey? What do you mean? What Pokemon is that supposed to be? Yippee! As a proud member of Team Plasma. You got rolled. He couldn't handle it. What do you fight for? No! What do you live for? Why are you alive? Well, no idea. I am just silly. Tee, you little goober. Little goober man. You know, Prith, I keep meaning to like draw your character sometime. Your fairy character. And then I keep like putting it off. So I feel like me telling you this now that I keep meaning to do it will incentivize me to do it. So now you know and there's pressure on me to do it. So, there you go. I want to draw your character soon. Your fairy. Send me a reference. Chicken jockey would be bug ghost type. Oh, spider jockey? I mean, oh yeah. Chicken jockey would be flying ghost. Is there a flying ghost type? I don't know, there is. Oh, psychic type. Wait, we can just run. Chicken are my favorite bugs now. Chicken, ducky, lava. The hope of Team Plasma. Well, it has nothing to do with you. Even if N is worried about me, it's so rude. It's so rude of you. Drifloon, you're right. That is flying ghost. At the end, the rest of you, woohoo! I mean, I certainly saved them somewhere, but and I can dig for them in channels or whatever. But yes, DM them to me. Send it over. We're sending in the pepper power. What? Pursuit? That's so rude. Pursuit is so rude. I don't think there have been any normal type Drifloon cards yet. I don't think that's true. Oh my god. Wait a second. You're right. Blim. Yeah, same for Drifblim. I could have sworn the Stellar Crown Drifblim was normal type, but dang. You're right. Look at this cute art. I like it. I bet you the sprites for Drifloon and Drifblim in these games are great. Maybe there's like a weird, obscure, like Japanese promo. Yeah, none of them. Jump kick. Life Arts Cry is fun to do. Agility. I do like agility. I don't know, let's see what we have. I kind of just took dig so that I had an easier time against the electric gym. Do I really need high speed on Pepper? I don't know. We can always teach it back later. I still haven't decided the colors of my OC yet. I've sort of got something in my mind. I'm sort of imagining like a blue, green, and gold kind of situation. Keep old moves. Yes, give up. Ah, happy birthday. Reversal? What does that do? Becomes more powerful the less HP the user has? No, we don't need it. Blue, green, and gold sounds nice. Yeah. I mean blue, green. Not blue and green and gold. Blue, green, and gold. Or maybe even blue, green, and silver. Keep old moves. Team Plasma Grunt. You're too strong! Ugh! Zeppy. Should I go to the left or the right? Are you making a Miku? Wait a second. Wait a second. That is a Miku, isn't it? Oh, the music got all slow. I'm happy however you draw me. Woo! Hello. I'm really serious about training. I even visit this electrified cave to train myself and my Pokemon. I stick my finger into the light bulb socket just for the rush. Drillbur. Alright, Victini's not doing great. Cider's not doing great. They're napping. They're taking a nap. I guess we'll go for Wigglytuff. And drill guy, little drill guy. Ugh, I wish we had a Zoomeril. We just didn't roll it. The way this works, by the way, for people who haven't been to my Bunnies Only run yet. Does that good voice have to hit multiple times? I don't know, we'll see how it goes. For every gym battle we beat, I hacked in all of the bunny Pokemon I could think of. And for all of the for each gym leader that we beat, we spin a little wheel, and whichever one it lands on, we get to have it. Yeah. We kind of like got the worst options. We started with Baniri, and then we kind of just got like a bunch of normal types. We did get Sir Kit though, our Minun, and that little guy helped us a lot. He helped us out a lot. We just got his brother Plusle, but I don't know yet what we should name him. If anybody has any ideas for a name of Plusle that can match with Sir Kit, I'll hear you out. Echoed voice. Don't do it again. Go. One hit? Yeah. Zeb Strike, it's probably best to switch out, huh? Let's bring out Pepper too, so that we can dig. How about I dig at you instead of you dig at me? Ooh. I suddenly got like a Pokemon cry in my head. It was I'm like, what is that? It's Bidoof. Yeah, what Pokemon teams would you guys have? What would your gym leader team be? I DM'd it to you. Thank you, Prisby. Thank you. Drain Punch. I gotta be using Return more often. It's just because it's normal type, my brain says not exciting. Not fun, not exciting. We got 1 health. yay. The electric sock racing, me falling down. Okay, let's go ahead and let's put Freebie to the front. Everyone else is getting tired. Or a lot of the other ones at least. Oh, I have to push it from the other way. Little bug. Just a little bug. Oh yeah, I forgot that I caught a Freebie in a premiere ball. Stop! Okay. Pharaoh seed. Have you guys seen the like leaks for Gen 10 stuff? I think they've got some really interesting stuff they're cooking up. Whoa. No. Let me check that spot for items. Hello, Clink. Clink-a-dink. What if that line was clink, clink-a-dink, and clink along? Wouldn't that be funny? Oh, so there's nothing down here? I see. Hyper potion. This is just a little extra area. We want rare candy. I have plenty of those. I also hacked in rare candies so that I don't have to grind because I hate grinding so much. I'm so happy that I have access to hacking tools for Pokemon games. Because that means I don't have to grind. The 4 artworks of my Fairy OC, each and every artwork, there's a visible improvement. I love how I'm improving. Yeah, especially since you started using pose references. Yeah. Like, your proportions are getting better. You're doing great, Prith. What's over here? Oh, another item. A bright powder. What does that do? It lowers the opponent's accuracy? You know what? I dig it. Let's give that to somebody. I feel like it works well on Wigglytuff because it, like with the echoed voice strat, it allows for more turns of the move to build up. So let's do that. Let's give the Shell Bell to Freebie. What does Freebie have? Pics in the Discord? Pictures of what? Oh, of the cards! Miracle Seed? Oh, I guess that has Grass Knot. Yeah, we'll just take that. I'm gonna look. I wanna see these cards. Whoa! Mega Lap Bunny. Oh, the Dugong is so pretty! Look at that! Ah, that's so lovely. Now and then I'll see when I'm just like looking at Pokemon TCG stuff on Reddit. I'll see people trying to, like, taking suggestions for, like, themed binder pages. Yes, Tomo the silly bird. He's just joined me on my shoulder. Hi, Sunbeam. Welcome in. It's nice to see you today. How are ya? Whoa, I did the thing again. I looked at chat when I was still in the middle of a sentence. Oh, themed binder pages. I've seen the, like, night sky or, like, auroras sort of theme pretty often, and that dugong would do great on a page next to, like Crown Zenith Keldeo and stuff like that. Thick fat. Hi! Is there any purpose to this? Well, I can just do it because I can. Little bug! Bit rough at work, but all good? I'm sorry you had a rough day. I'm glad you can come here to relax. I appreciate it. Gastro acid. He said. Okay. Well, this is a fun little floor, but I don't think it really got us much, except for the bright powder, I guess. Maybe a little XP. Look at cute little Audino. Oh, I love Audino's little tail. Would that bug count as a bunny? No way. I don't think so. I don't think Joltik counts as a bunny by any means. That is definitely a bug. Forbidden Light Auroras. Oh, a Tynamo. Oh, price trading, that's fine. Oh, yeah, that's really nice. Usually people are building these next to, or building these out of, full art cards, though. Like, full illustration cards. What? Freebie sure isn't good at running away. Ugh, and he's paralyzed. We should heal up before we run into any other trainers. What? Bug Banoy. I do have, like, in my mind, a concept of a lot bunny that's like a moth. Moth lot bunny. I should draw it sometime. Black and white pans the camera, yeah! It's pretty nifty. I remember when this was coming out, I was like... My first memory of the black and white games at all. I was like obsessed with Pokemon at the time. My sister's boyfriend, ex-boyfriend now, but my sister's boyfriend at the time was like, have you seen this yet? And he showed me Minchino, and I'm like, what? That's not a real Pokemon. And he was like, it is real, actually. I was like, no way! I never seen that Pokemon in my life. And he's like, it's a new one. And I was like, and then I was checking all the news. Like, as soon as it came out, I got obsessed with like Bulbapedia for a while. Okay, let's heal everybody up real quick. Fresh water. More Wawa. More Wawa for my babies. That'll do. Ah! Out of Wawa. Lemonade. Lemonade for my babies. Other than the normal EX, the only Amora or Aurora's full art is a fossil researcher that has an Amora on it. Oh. I feel like illustration rares and special illustration rares, while cool, are taking a lot of focus and appreciation off of less rare cards. I like a tiny little box with artwork and a fun little description in the corner. You know about the like Generations Radiant collection, right? I have that set complete. Dude, I wasn't anticipating the price for that set to shoot up. It's like, oh man, if I'm in a really tough spot, I have something that I can sell, but I don't hope to. But I think you'd love the flavor text on those bad boys. Hi Neptune, welcome in. I also want to yes, Tomo? Unparalyze little freebie. And we want to wake up little Victini. Hello? Wake up? Hello? Anything? Wow. Zinc elixir out there. Full heal, burn heal, paralyze heal. There's no awakening, there's no full heal. What, Tomo? Poor guy has like itchy head today. Poor thing. I opened so much Generations, nobody wanted it. Now it's like $180 to $200 a pack. Yeah. Yeah. If you've got that Sylveon, the full art Sylveon EX, it's like, woof! Chestoberry, yeah. Yell at them? I wouldn't yell at my little cider. The rubbish bunny, I haven't caught one. But honestly, I suppose we could use a Trubbish. That's the big one you're missing. Ugh, I'm so glad that I ended up getting one. Show me your strength! What, Tomo? He's like, please freak me. You're challenged by Team Plasma Grunt. Of course I am. I wish they had names. I think that'd be fun. Sandile. I wish there was like a random chance for opponents' Pokemon to be shiny. Grass is strong against ground, right? Yeah, okay, let's use Grass Knot. He's a cool dude. A packet of Pokemon cards costs about $1 or 80 cents in American prices here from. What the heck? Is that true? Because that's kind of crazy. I think I have all of them except for that one. You have the Flareon, the full art Flareon. My favorite is the Mega Gardevoir. The Mega Gardevoir EX. Yes, little bird? Watchog. Keep going. I probably should have swapped in Pepper, but it's fine. Super Fang! Wow, I wish Fang was here. Okay, kill, 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 kill. Yay. I haven't seen a pack for that little since I was at the flea market and saw a bunch of fake packs. Right, right, like $1 for a pack? That's like fake pack prices. What? Are they English cards? Apparently these cards are from the UK. Interesting. Poor little Tomo. Some sort of scientist of sorts? You find Korean packs for $1 or $2? Maybe I should go look for Korean packs. They're still gonna have the art that I love. You know, back then Ghost Dark had no weakness. they did have a weakness to fighting if the Pokemon managed to bypass the ghost immunity of the fighting types. It's true. Yeah, Gengar was a menace in Gen 1. The Gen 1 meta is like busted. It's bad. Get you a Psychic type, get you Gengar. Like, have Alakazam and Mewtwo on your team for all I care. Have a Gengar, have, you know, your Charizard or whatever starter. And then maybe like Lapras or something. Let's swap out. Yes, Tomo? Chinese packs can be cheap as well, but they're doing exclusive cards and Chinese sets now, so it's a bit more expensive. It's crazy, because like the Chinese and Korean cards are the same quality as the Japanese cards, which are nicer than English cards, and yet they're super cheap. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, the Blissey card is so cute. It really is. What, Tomo? What is it? Here, let me shake you some seeds for your foraging tray. Give you something to do, okay? Go for it. You're like, I don't want to forage. Go for it, little dude. There's tasty seeds down there. I gotta refill this food dish. Give me just a second. I didn't have to refill his food dish. It was literally already full. I thought that might have been what he was complaining about. I don't know. Birds be birds, huh? Get the flame charge. Korean cards have the English backing though. I mean, yeah, it's the back of the card. Where should I post the Pokemon cards in? There is a TCG channel in my server. Yeah, the music is nice. The music's good. I do love the music in this game. It's quick attack. If that'll do it. Whoosh. Yeah, should do it. Should be no problem. You alright, little bird? Scientist Orville. Whether I win or lose, mysteries only deepen. My room in full light? Oh no. Maybe turn off the light? I don't know, do you have like a lamp that you can bring in for more comfortable light? I don't think I can solve all mysteries by myself. However, if I can discover something new and help someone, I will be satisfied. That's a nice way to look at it. It's a nice way to go. Hiker over there. Oh, it's Juniper. Hello, my lady. Where Pokemon came from? Wait, did I go backwards or something? Oh, this way was blocked off before. Oh, there he goes. Okay, Tomo's at his foraging tray now. Also, Prith, it's like the middle of the night for you anyway. Bunny bug. It's the middle of the night for you anyway. Maybe you should chill out with the lights off. Maybe putting a piece of light over it or something. I mean, honestly, just turning off the like overhead light and bringing in a little lamp. Maybe if there's a little lamp that you've got somewhere in the rest of the house, or you can borrow. Let's see what's this way. Sometimes I see Freebie's name out of the corner of my eye and I'm like, why does it say Freaky? Why is the auto no Freaky? Hello, you. These Pokemon really grind my gears. You're a real goober, Sunbeam. The winning strategy I've developed. Corky? His name's Corky? Corky? Corky dorky. Whimsicott! Whimsicott would be on my team. Whimsicott would be on my gym team. 100%. 100%. Oh, the fairy lights are off. It's nice and cozy in here. Thank you, Presma. Secret power. Whoosh. I love Whimsicott too. This is the like Pokesona that we assigned to Chi-Chi, right? Okay, secret power isn't gonna work very well. It's just a little floof. It's just a little floof. Meanie, meanie, meanie. Yeah. I explode you. I'm sorry. Though you are so very cute, and your face is so silly and sweet, I must burn you. What? More speed. Whoosh. Oh, you were taking pictures! That's why the lights were on. I see, I see. I thought you meant like just for chilling. Tortuga! Yeah, we should probably switch out. Let's go back into Freebie. Grassnot's gonna be good against Tortuga. Tomo left me a little gift on my sleeve. How kind of him. And how unfortunate that his gift was from his butt. Oh, better. Tortuga, I was picturing Turtonator, but that's fine. Turtonator. Ah, I thought it would one hit. Yeah, birdie. I thought this cave area was later in the game, around level 40 to 50. I guess I don't remember that much of Black and White. I mean, yeah, we're like five or six gym badges in. Flutter with booty. I feel down. Sorry, Corky. Where do I go? Hello, Pharaoh Seed. What do you guys think of Pharaoh Seed? Little bro's spinning. Look at him. Little dude spinning. There he goes. I would put my lights in full brightness at midnight. It was to take pictures. Ah, gotcha. I feel down, encyclopedia. A magnet? Oh, that boosts electric type moves, right? Yeah! Let's give that to one of our little magnetic baby boys. Sir Kid already has something, so let's give that to Puzzle. Oh, it's N. Hello, sir. Many different values mixed together, and the world becomes gray. That is unforgivable. I will separate Pokemon and people, and black and white will be clearly distinct. Only then will Pokemon become perfect beings. What do you mean? Yes, that is my dream. That is the dream I must fulfill. Cheese, do you have a dream of my own? I sure do. You have a dream. That's wonderful. I'll learn just what kind of dream you have in battle. And Dunsparce is already perfect. It's true, it's true. Okay, I'm gonna look at this Blissey card. Oh, it's so pretty! I do like the trainer gallery type cards. It was something that was really charming about ooh, let's use Grass Knot. Something that was really charming about like the Sword and Shield era Prith hand reveal. It's true, it's true. Sweet! We did it! But he's sturdy! Of course he's sturdy! He uses Pokemon that are found in the area you're in. I never noticed that. Do you believe that Pokemon battles help us understand one another? He probably just like goes around to the Pokemon and is like, hey man, you wanna help me out with this battle? There's somebody who's like running around in this cave that I really wanna like kick the pants off of. Guess not again. Yay! Shelton. Joltik. It's a little bug. A little electric bug. Let's bring out Cider for that one. How unnerving. I can't eat a berry. Not in these conditions. Same charge. You expect me to eat a berry? At a time like this? There's that frightening bug right there. I can't do that. I guess if I've been like looking at bugs, I would probably feel like nervous to eat fruit. I can't eat berries with that Joltik staring at me. Blink. Yeah. Oh yeah, Joltik is like little eeny guy. Little eeny little dude. Sweet. We've done it! Oh my god! Cider is eating! Cider is eating all of these Pokemon. Who would win in a battle then? Joltik or Wailord? I'll show you that my love for my friend permeates something or other. Permeates every cell of my body. Behold! What a fun little hack that I can do. I can just go to my stream if I miss something. My love for my Pokemon is beyond your stupid human understanding. Stupid human, stupid human. He's just being tsundere. Yay, that was really easy. My friend's getting hurt. That's what a Pokemon battle is. You were the one who challenged me, man. You started it, okay? Tisk, why? Is it impossible for me to win while feeling bad about a trainer? As if I could pursue the truth with something as meaningless as battle. As if that could make me worthy to become friends with the legendary Pokemon. I just think Pokemon are really cool, guys. Jeez! Just a little further to Metropolitan City. Oh my god, is that N? Professor, Bianca, you have good ears. I can't believe you heard Cheese's voice from that far away. Cheese, who is this trainer? Professor Juniper, what are you thinking? You appear to have no qualms about the relationship between Pokemon and people. You put Pokemon into categories using arbitrary rules and think you can understand them like that. The very idea of a Pokédex revolts me. Ah! What do you have to say for yourself? Oh my, looks like you're not my biggest fan. How did you get this past the board? We have an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. Thank you! It's N. He's the N. Your opinion is understandable. It happens to be different from mine, which is equally understandable. How about if all people get to decide for themselves how to relate to Pokemon? There we go! A sensible opinion. You're saying I should just allow people to think whatever they want and treat Pokemon however they want, no matter whether the Pokemon suffer? That's also a good point. I refuse to tolerate the existence of a world like that. However, Pokemon are battling willingly anyway. You know what happens when a Pokemon doesn't want to battle? It is difficult. Difficult to control. Ah, good night, Prithvi. Yeah, this is getting pretty late for you, huh? I didn't expect him to change his mind right away, but I hope he'll spend a little time trying to understand how others feel. He should go back in time in Legends, yeah! When Pokemon are straight up, like, killing people. Tippy. Now then, I think I'll go collect a little more data. For Pokemon and people to get along better, we need to take steps to learn more about them. Yeah. Jeez! I'm gonna go with Professor Juniper now, because I'm her bodyguard. It's cute. Bianca's so cute. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay, bye! I'm gonna go out this way because it's the exit. My glasses! Thank you, Ethereal! Hi, Ethereal! Welcome in, friend! Yeah! Jammin', jammin'! Skyla! We're gonna see Skyla here! Skyla's grandfather was a legendary pilot. Skyla is our city's gym leader. She's a really nice person, and man, can she bust it down? When the leak came out, the big Pokemon leak a while ago, there was like internal like design documents about like Black and White especially. But, there we go, Skyla's profile. Where is it? Inspirations! Jennifer Lopez. Like there's sixth gym leader flying the sexy pilot. There you go. This is in the actual, this is a translation, but this is in the actual like notes for like in development. It's like, dang, slim build but with a larger chest. Wow. They had a specific vision for Skyla, huh? I do think she's the cutest, though. The cutest Gen 5 gym leader. Our family's very fussy about Pokemon moves. Trading sweethearts you receive through feeling checks is one way to get heart scales. If you show off your Pokemon to a lady in Driftville City, you can get heart scales, too. Who was I again? Oh, I forgot. I'm the move for Gorer. Everybody calls me the reminder girl. Okay. Nope, let me out of here. What's in your trash can? You got leftovers? Okay. What did this person say? Oh, Sqwire. Oh, I should heal up. The one thing I'm lucky not having right now? Glasses. My vision is luckily very good. Oh yeah! That is pretty nice. Oh, hello you. When a Pokemon learns to move hidden power? Oh, I see. Nah. Yeah, my human form has to wear glasses. Which is why I've made this for my VTuber. I've made it so you can put glasses on, cause glasses can be pretty cute. They can be pretty cute. Hidden power is gone? The entree and past power. What is the interlink? I don't know. Twitch on PC shows you turbo ads despite you being in an ad-free region? Interesting. Let's buy some super potions. We have revives. We need some full heals too. There we go. We could get 65 of them, or we could get a reasonable 20. Since Sword and Shield hidden power's been removed, that's wild. Not really a booty of time. Whoa. There she is! There she is! Oh, hey, cheese, right? Let me see your Pokédex for a moment. What do we have here? He just takes it and runs off with it. You've found 70 Pokemon, eh? Staggering! You've seen a Clink! They're in that cave right behind you. You're becoming quite the trainer. Excuse me, I was a little excited. I forgot my manners. My name is Juniper too. Cedric Juniper. Hello, Fox! Alec, welcome in! Hi, friends! Welcome in! How was your stream? Is it Cedric or Cedric? 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 I don't know. Weirdly enough, this is our second double raid today. Hi, how was your stream? How was your stream? Stream sure was an adventure. What were you doing? Slash shout out Fennel Fox VT, and I'm gonna do this one. Me. Yeah, there we go. Wait, not with 2 F's. Yeah, Crystal Cheesecake. There we go. Yeah, what were you guys up to? Bokura? Bokura? Doesn't that mean we in Japanese? Like us? Hi! For those who are coming in the rain, hi! I'm Cheesecake! I use they, them pronouns. I like to draw. We like painting, character art, and pixel art. We like playing indie games, retro games, and Nintendo games. And we all together like having a fun, chill, and silly time. If you're new here, I would love to get to know you, so feel free to introduce yourself. We're doing a Bunnies Only run of Pokemon White. Bunnies Only. Everybody who's just came in, follow our friends, Shadow for Amy and Fennel Fox, because they're great. They're Ghost Town peeps. At least Alec is a Ghost Town peep. Shout out. Did I do it yet? Well, I have to wait a bit. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah! Did you have a nice time? A professor who gave you the Pokédex is my daughter. That girl has told me a lot about you. We're both ghosties. My lovely friend is newer to the community and super lovely. Yeah! Yeah. It really makes my day to meet you. It really makes my day to see my friends. In honor of our meeting, I'm going to upgrade your Pokédex. Unfortunately, I can't upgrade yours. I love Gen 4's legendaries. Booty of booty, booty of time, booty of distortion, booty of wisdom, booty of willpower, booty of emotion, booty of frog, booty of moon, and booty gigas. Where's Heatran? Whoa. Yippee! Booty the Hedgehog. Hi, Saito! I'm not a fake fairy! What do you mean? You're a fake fairy. Some Pokemon can change forms even when it's the same individual. If you've already seen a form, you can check it with this whenever you want. I also added a function to make searching easier. I haven't opened up the Pokédex once since I got it. I only care about the bunnies. Professor, who's that trainer? Oh, I forgot my introductions. Sqwire, this is a friend of my daughter's. Cheese is traveling around Unova to complete the Pokédex. We were playing a game that's 2-player only together. It's a puzzle platformer where each player's screen is different and you have to communicate what you're saying to solve platforming puzzles. Whoa! Oh, that's really interesting! So it's kind of like, puzzle version of Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, except with more UI. That does sound really silly and fun. I love it. I love it. It sounds like you guys had a good time. Was it Split Fiction? It's called Bokura. Oh, I see. So that means you'll be challenging the gym. Oh boy, I'm really looking forward to it. I've met you for 5 seconds. Cool, let's check the Pokédex. What's this? You seem to only have Pokemon that have bunny-like appearance. How odd. You know me, you know me. If nothing else, this gym really is out there. What do you mean by that, if nothing else? That seems like a backhanded compliment. Yeah, this gym is really, like, unusual. See you, Sqwire. If something comes up again, I'll let you know. Professor, my plane is a cargo plane. It carries cargo, not people. And you're talking as if places like Kanto and Sinnoh are right around the corner. Ah, Sqwire, if you keep frowning, your face might freeze like that, and that'd be a shame. People and Pokemon, we all have to help each other out. See you later. It feels like they're kind of talking about nothing. Spend a sweater, receive fairy dust. Sure, we'll do that. Give me your sweater. Give me your sweater. Hi, Bach. Welcome in. Sheesh. It's hard to believe a happy-go-lucky guy like that could be a world-renowned Pokemon professor. Doesn't she smuggle to another town in Black and White too? Maybe. I've never properly played it. Heads up, Cheese. As a gym leader, I'd be happy to have you challenge the gym, but there's something I need to take care of first. The fairy lights are on. How pretty. Thank you, Sunbeam. Just now, as I was flying the cargo plane, I saw something on top of the Celestial Tower. I'm sure that it's a sick Pokemon. Oh, a sick, an unwell, ill Pokemon. Not a sick Pokemon. Dude, that Pokemon is sick. If it is, I can't just leave it there. I have to look into this right away. I'm leaving for Route 7's Celestial Tower. You can come along if you want. Okay. So there's something I want to do real quick. I'm gonna save and quit. And I'm gonna open up the hacking program. I think it's PK Hex. And I'm gonna rename Victini. I'm gonna open up the save file. We're gonna rename Victini and Wigglytuff. Do you guys have any ideas for names for Plusle? We have our mind on named Sir Kit. Sir Kit. I'll like cute, like S-I-R. Yes? Yeah, what idea? Sir, like S-I-R Kit. What do you think? What do you think? Did I already save? Just put in a dash? Why? I don't think we need it. Okay, we definitely saved this time. Let's turn our Endless Ocean music back on. I'm gonna open PK Hex. I thought you guys could see it. It is. Alexcentric, the bunny in Alice in Wonderland, but since he's electric, Alexcentric. What's his name? He's just the white rabbit. I think he's just called the White Rabbit. I do like the idea though. Open. Where's the save? Here it is. Sweet. We can see our undercover. Oh, you guys can't see the hoverovers. There's my party. Yeah, Wigglytuff is the only one that I couldn't get a legitimacy check on, because it has to come from Black 2 and White 2. Because it comes from the Dream Radar. The Dream Radar game, which is only compatible with Black and White 2. Well, first of all, Victini, we're going to rename Cider. That'll do. Wigglytuff. We're going to rename Knuddleluff. We have Sir Kit. Sir Gear. Gear is a synonym for Kit. Yeah, that's how you got the other forms of the forces of nature. You can transfer one in from Heart Gold, Soul Silver, but if I wanted the, like, original trainer to be from this game, then I couldn't make it legit. There was somebody who had a really good idea that I was really into, but I forgot it. And I also forgot whose idea it was. Oh, hey, look, Crispy Art. Geertrude? I love that. It's gotta be something like fantasy or like you know, like nobility, and something like electric-y. Transfer, then breathe, and evolve. Yeah, theoretically, but you can only get a Jigglypuff. I mean, I wanted to do it as if it was, like, acquired in that game. Oh, hi, welcome in! Not Guillermo del Toro. No, not that. Hi, Pastel Mizzy, welcome in. It's lovely to meet you. Feel free to introduce yourself. I'm Cheesecake. Sir Static. Senior Static, but it doesn't fit. I like Sir Static the most so far. It's like Duke. Hmm. Circuit. Circuit. Words related to electricity. Hmm. Short circuit? That's cute. Yeah, we're gonna name it telecommunications. This is something like amp? Current? Static? Static? Ether. Electron. Corona. Coil? Sir Coil? I don't know. A cathode ray. Conductor would be great if the Pokemon knew metronome. There was something that somebody said like 3 or 4 Pokemon White streams ago. I just can't remember it. It was like perfect. Jolt. Sir Jolt. Circuit. Circuit. Static. Megawatts. What about gigawatts? Crackle. Diesel. Volts. Volt. Volt. It was a pun too. Toilets. Yeah, I'm gonna name it toilets. Spark. Yeah, not my first pick. Circuit. Sir Bolt. Circuit. Medieval nobility titles. What about this one? Medieval Europe game? What is that? Duke. Lord. Whoops. There's a lot of very cultural ones here. Grand Duke. Sometimes I overthink it, you know? Oswald. Yeah, we'll name it Oswald. Shout out to Jack in chat. Animal. Bulb? Insurance? Motor? 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 Jump scare? Hi! Hi! Motor. Whoa! What does that have to do with electricity? Excuse me? Okay. Literally. Zeporida. Zeporida. Zep. Circuit. No way, Freddy Fazbear. Sir Kit and... I vote Freddy Fazb. Freddy Zapped Bear. No, 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 no. Sir Kit and... Sir Kit and... Syrup. Syrup? Pancake syrup. Puns with circuit. "48 hilarious circuit jokes." Electric Pokemon nicknames. Pest level, I mean, the scientists. Buzz. Chipwire. AA or AAA. Ampers. I'm totally thinking too hard about it, aren't I? Faraday, that's cute. Yeah, generator. Non-binary. Electring. Amporaptor. These are Transformer names. Lurky the cheese. Enjoy your lurky. We gotta hydrate, thank you. Syrup charge. Amporaptor. Thunderwinga. Sparkwink, that's cute. Zeptonic. I mean, these aren't puns. Electabuzz. Static. Hogan. The name of some Pokemon that's weak to water and flying. I don't know. Shockwave. General Ton. Plusle's too tiny. Yeah. Darumaka. Darumaka's cute. It's just a little guy. Just a funny little. It's just like a little guy. It's just a little dude. Sir Kit. Sir. I'm pretty sure it was also like a sir. Sir Static. Sir Gay. What do you think of Sir Static? It's just not as good. Sir Coil? Sir Surge? Or just Surge? Surge? Sir Gay is better. The two bunnies could be in love. Surplus. Surplus. You know, they are both male. That's true. Kissing? The bunnies are kissing? Did I do surplus? No, that's... No. Sir Kit and Sir Spark? I don't know. Necessary sacrifice? No way! Psycho, you're so mean about my bunny team. You're not mean about it, but... You're so... What's the opposite of optimistic? I literally forgot it. Pessimistic! It's a word that doesn't even exist in my head. Sir Kit? It's just too... Sir Kit is just too perfect. I can't match it. Sir Vault. Sir... Sewer. Sir what? Sir J? Sir J? Maybe if he's like a Sqwire. Like an electric Sqwire pun. Maybe just Sqwire. Pessimistic? Isn't that when you eat fish? Yeah! Sqwire with a W! No, we found it. We found it. We can do a dash. Sqwire. Sir Kit and his Sqwire. No, we cooked. By the way, there's an ad starting in just a moment. I'm gonna load this back into the game. And we'll get back to it. Sqwire. Oh, we did it. Save. No. Export save, there we go. I'm not pessimistic, I just play way too many Nuzlocke, so when I see a Pokemon that's not gonna do the trick for a long time, I see a plus, so I'm like, yeah, no, maybe against Skyla's gym, but that's pretty much it. I mean, that's a good point, but I don't do Nuzlocks. So I'm not worried about it. Okay. Load the file back up. Thank you, Endless Ocean. Good music. Gup. Yeah. Cool Zekrom face. Ugh, I suddenly got a headache. Where did that come from? I should probably take a break pretty soon. Welcome back from ads! We saved the game and we fixed the save and we... Okay, I was like, did I break it somehow? We fixed the save and we, it should be good. Let's see. I sure like that word should be. Wait, okay, so where did I export it to? Hey, Endless Ocean music, come back. Yeah, where'd that headache suddenly come from? We're gonna go to... game... ROMs. Save it there. Oh, you know what? I didn't do it right. I just didn't do it right. We're gonna open PK Hex again. Even if I say that, I had a Pelipper in one of my Nuzlocke on Emeralds, and surprisingly, not only did he survive until the Elite Four, but he's also carried me in some fights. So I was like, sorry, Pelipper, I didn't know you had game. Yeah, that's fair. Like, I feel like Pelipper's got it. I feel like Pelipper's good. Okay. What we have to do is view, and then nickname Cider, and then set. We didn't do that. View. Note of love. And then set. That's what we missed. Nickname Sqwire. And then set. Then we export the save. Let me... I don't remember how to add items, but it's okay. Export save. Okay. Now it should work. Now it should work. I mean, yeah, I sure love when I'm moving around windows and they just opt to minimize all of them. I love when they do that. Okay, now it should work. Now it should work. Now it should work. Big monster. Big monster mon. No, I feel like... Oops, that's fine. I feel like Pelipper like has really high defenses and stuff. Did you use the stockpile strats or no? Okay, let's see. Yay! We have Cider. Cider. Little Cider here. And Knuddeluff. She's cute. And Sqwire. Sir Kit and his Sqwire. Okay, we did it. By the time we get our next ad break in about 20 minutes, we're gonna take another break. But not yet. Not yet. Mistralton City. The city that is Mistralton. Cannons! Cannons! Skylar's gym is full of cannons! That's not canon. If you have a gym badge from Mistralton, I'll tell you something cool. But I'm gatekeeping this information to only skilled people. You see field after field located near the runway. Freshly picked vegetables can be sent to faraway regions very quickly. Oh, that's very nice. That's nice. Yeah, since I don't do Nuzlocke, I'm not worried about it. I hear many people have had their Pokemon stolen by Team Plasma. Well, that's not very nice. Hey, I don't know, is there anything to do over here? Let's look at the walkthrough. It says Route 7 after Mistralton City. So we'll wait. We'll wait. Team Rocket did it first. It's true, they did. Oh, we do have to go to Route 7 first. We're actually on the right track. I just want to explore the rest of the town. The city, I guess, first, real quick. Hello, officer. The only planes that fly out of Mistralton Airport are cargo planes. If trainers want to fly, they can go with a Pokemon that knows to move fly. None of my Pokemon can learn fly. Quick and safe. Sky Drop. I don't imagine any of my guys can learn that. Hurls the target into the air and then drops it on the second turn. The target cannot attack while in the air. Nope. At least not for Sky Drop. Not for Fly either. None of them can learn it. I mean, I could hack it onto one of them. Here, let me turn off the sea gear because I don't actually care about it. And it's distracting. Yeah, that's fine. Wrong one. Let's go! Nyum. Oh, so it's not like Gen 3. Okay, now let me down there. In the anime we see Victini fly. It does have the little butt wings. Little Victini butt wings. Let's put Sir Kit in front. Or let's put Sqwire in front. The Sqwire. The Sqwire. Oh, that's not a Pokemon. Just an ordinary trainer. Parker. Peter Parker. Oh, this is a trainer battle. Well, I can't do anything here because Palpitoad's, at least Sqwire can't do anything here. Because Palpitoad is ground type, I think. Yeah, it is. Let's bring out Freebie DB. Little Freebie. Victini's so cute. Victini's so stinking cute. How's the music, by the way? Is it too loud? Or is it too quiet? Or is it just fine? No, don't mud me. Yeah, do it again. I better head off now. See you around, Sunbeam. Enjoy your show. Ooh, that does remind me. On Thursday, I'm gonna go see Wicked Part 2 with my mom. Scolipede. Interesting. Let's bring out Scolipede's Dark type. Is Scolipede Dark type? Bug poison. Okay. Wait, it's bug. Can we use psychic type moves on it? Yeah, okay. Let's bring Outsider. I must be thinking Drapion. Scolipede and Drapion, they get a little crossed in my head. Whoa. This dude has presence. Yay! But Psychic is weak to Bug, right? Yeah. Psychic is weak to Bug, but Bug isn't resistant to Psychic. Funny enough. Calumet. I think it... You know, do you think it would be like a nice buff to Bug type if it was? Because I always felt like Bug type was too weak. Well, that was just the button on my shirt. Calumet. Yeah, let's do it. Flame charge. Bug type should be super effective against every other type. Yes, because everything can be bugs. Because it's the best type, of course. Yeah. Youngster Parker, you're not an ordinary trainer. You're a strong trainer. That's rad, Snail. I support your bug type trainer journey. Hello. Let's get out of here. Stop! It's fine. I'm okay. I'm okay. Shelmet, Swadloon, and Surskit. You would probably be the first gym badge or something, but that's alright. What if I had, like, a fantasy-themed team? Have, like, a Delphox and, Escavalier. Who's gym badge? I don't know. Oh, a bird. Let's roast it. Cinder Maple! Hello, welcome in! Welcome in! Thank you so much for rating me today. Hi! It's nice to meet you. I'm Cheesecake. Use they, them pronouns. Feel free to introduce yourself if you like. What were you doing today? Everybody, hit the little heart at the top of chat to thank Cinder Maple for rating in today. To give them a big, big, big thank you. Oh, you beat Ori in the Blind Forest. Ooh, I don't know anything about that game, honestly, but I love the soundtrack. I think it's so nice. Oh, hey, thanks for following. You like my name, though? That's sweet, that's sweet. There's a story behind it. Well, stop using detect. So the game, Fall Guys. I was about to say Fallout Boy. The game Fall Guys. They had a, like an update where you couldn't like put in like your Steam name anymore. You couldn't like put in a custom name or anything. You had to have like a randomly generated name. Hollow Knight is similar to Hollow Knight, but way more colorful? I definitely would like to try it sometime. I don't have it, though. The randomly generated name, I clicked it until I got something I liked. The randomly generated name was Strong Crystal Cheese, and I'm like, that's pretty silly. That's pretty silly, I like that. And then I thought of how whenever I go out to eat with my friends, I get a piece of cheesecake if the restaurant has it. And because of that, they've started calling me Cheesecake as a joke. So I'm like, no, I am Cheesecake. Like they would do it to tease me. So I'm like, Crystal Cheesecake, and it sounds kind of like, you know, whimsical and silly and cute like that. So that's where that came from. Oh, where'd your name come from? Cinder Maple? That's interesting. Did you like Ori and the Blind Forest? Tra-la-la. I love the Pokemon moves Mega Drain and Giga Drain. Your opponent's HP is reduced and the user's HP increases. Can I have it? Kid, have you caught any Boldor? You want my Emolga? That's not a bunny, I don't want it. I want to make a crystal cheesecake, actually. Cheesecake is fun to make, but how would you make a crystal? Crystals are great, except they're hard to swallow, hard to chew, and they taste like blood. Whoa. Hello, sir. Triple battles are 3-on-3 Pokemon battles. I'll overpower you with my perfect combination of overwhelming attack power. Interesting. We're about to do a triple battle? Wow. Just throw us right into it, huh? I loved it. My name is possible to change, but my online handle has always had Maple in it. I've been called a heathen as a joke by my friends often, so I said, yeah, sinner. So kind of similar, kind of similar. Aw, look at this cute collection of bunnies that I've got. We're gonna do Thunder Wave. Oh, the ones on the edges can only do, can't do on the other side, can't reach on the other side. Okay. What, shift? What does shift do? This little shift button on the edge. Gelatin, like sugar? I haven't made cheesecake in a while though. I don't think gelatin would be something that would be able to be inside. Maybe I could cut out some gelatin and put it on top or the sides. Well, you're gonna gift the game to me? Yeah, I'm Crystal Cheesecake on Steam. That's me. No way, it's been on my wish list for like ever. That's rad. Or I think it's been on my wish list at least. Gee, I'm not sure what to do. We'll just Electro Ball Swoop it. That sounds like a reasonable option. Thunder Wave on Liepard. Let's do Flame Charge at Liepard. Glass that's used in movies is actually made of sugar, so maybe that. Those are really expensive, right? Germa's a cutie, for real, for real. Prisby, what are you doing up? Isn't it like 3 AM? Go to bed. He is a cutie, for real, though. Did you see Jerkula? Dang. Slow down, man. Slow down. Yeah, it'd be fun to play Ori on stream, too, I think. Expensive to buy, cheap to make. I kinda wanted to snoop for a bit. Well, I appreciate that you're having a nice time. My freaking bunny. You gutted my bunny. Let's bring out Pepper. Pepper's gonna do good here. Itch my face. I guess Electro Ball didn't hit very hard. And I guess Thunder Wave didn't work either. Okay. Let's take out Watchog, and Cider's gonna Flame Charge at Liepard again. Sent a friend request? Yeah! Huh? Where do I see friend requests? Oh, there you are! Well, there goes Liepard. Yay! Jerma's also a Virgo. When's his birthday? Oh my goodness. Oh, Swift. I love Swift. Something happened in the house. That's fine though. I do like Swift. Let's take out Encore. I'm not nearly strategic enough to make good use of it. September 22nd. Rad. Good stuff. I should make a channel in the Vocaloid server for talking about Germa. Right on, right on. Give him a zap. A buzz. I wonder why it doesn't hit so hard. I mean, Sir Kit was gone. Oh, Swift hits both of them. I can dig it. Let's get Watchog. You can just chill. Yeah. Look at him go! Scent? Oh my god, you're so epic. You said you were gonna change your name to Keith and Maple. Should I call you Maple? You're super epic, Maple. I really appreciate it. That's so rad. Oh, and Blur in the Blind Forest. Dude. That's so cool of you. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to play it on stream sometime. We kind of have a queue right now, but of games that we want to play. Germa simping channel. I mean, I don't simp Germa. He's a funny guy, but I don't know about that. Blind Forest is the first game, Wisp is the sequel. Okay, sweet, sweet. Ori and the Blind Forest is the first one. Rad. I look at the Vocaloid server more than the main server? Dude. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, that's awesome. I definitely would love to play it on stream sometime. Number XP, yeah. Rad. Everybody, I'm gonna shout out Maple again. Everybody follow Maple. I can't do it. We'll do this one. Everybody follow Maple because they're super epic. Super epic. Gave me video game. I like that. Germa, what was that English word for, huh? What? What are you talking about? Appreciation? We could just talk about them in there. Oh, both were on sale, so 2 for the price of 1, basically. Oh, that's awesome. Don't worry about Buzzbutt. Don't worry about her. What's going on downstairs? I don't know, I feel like the dogs are making a ruckus or something. Germa Appreciation Channel, yeah! Yeah. I keep losing my train of thought. It's okay, I'm gonna get on meds again soon. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. The scuff... What's going on? The scuff is coming from inside the brain. Every stream needs some kind of scuff. Ugh. I didn't even mean to go there. Yeah. Don't mind me, English isn't my first language. Oh, you're fine. As long as we understand each other in the end. That battle kinda destroyed my bunnies. You can't ride your bike in the grass. What are you, crazy? Let's put Cider in front. Cider's level 35. We've been giving them so much attention. Put Knuddle up in front. Yeah, and you know, people who have English as their first language are also gonna trip up all the time. If I'm not a prime example of that, I will forget like straight up basic words constantly. Because I got Knuddlepuff as a Wigglytuff, not a Jigglypuff, I can't get Rollout. It's kind of sad. Unless I suppose I get a TM for it, but I don't know where to get that. I have to request for said games. Pray that I land the job I'm interviewing for on Friday. Whatever gods y'all want. I don't care, but now I gotta figure out what to wear for it. Dude, best of luck to you. Not just luck. I'm a fairy, you know. Of course, you see my wings? See my wings, my ears? I'm gonna tell all the other fairies to make things work in your favor. Alright? Little things will end up going right whether you notice it or not. That could have otherwise gone wrong. So, Be confident. The fairies have your back. I've got an ad starting in about a minute. Oh my god, we lost track of time. You know what? Let's snooze out this ad. Let's take our little BRB. Nanite, Prithvi. Yeah, go Nanite. Go Nanite. Thank you again for stopping in. We're gonna have ourselves our little BRB. I'm gonna get the Endless Ocean music going again. Cause we love to jam. We're gonna be out for 10 minutes. I'm gonna have basketball running for you guys. And I'm gonna have a snack. I'm gonna get up. Stretchy stretch. Everybody get up, stretchy stretch. Take care of it. Identify your needs and take care of them. Okay, go take a nap if you need to. And also. We're gonna run a 3-minute ad while we're gone so that we get our full hour after that of ad-free cheese content. And we'll get back to some Pokemon White Bunny run. Sound good? You walked out from embarrassment. Walked in, tripped, hit my head on the table, and walked out? Oh no. There must have been some fairies against you. There was a little fairy on the ground that held a string in front of your foot and tripped you over. Oh, that's so unfortunate. But this time you'll get it. This time you'll get it right. I'm sure the interviewer's like, oh, poor guy. But you know, you'll have it this time. You'll have it. But yeah, I'm gonna try to beat the ads, so I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Enjoy the break. Enjoy basketball. See you soon! I'm back! Hi everyone! I missed you. I missed you dearly. You guys been enjoying the basketball? Dude, Maple literally just showed up and is already like a pro at it. Hi Ann! Hi Sophie! Hi friends! Let's get our music put away. Pull up the type chart. We need that. Well, I lagged. And get back to it. How you guys doing? I had a nice break. I would have eaten a Pop-Tart. I'm a little bit hungry. I would have eaten a Pop-Tart if I had any. I ate my last one before the stream. I may have played basketball and been too into math for years. Aw, oh, sweet. It's the perfect game for you. By the way, you can customize your little avatar. If you go to... There's a panel. If you're on mobile, it's gonna be like if you press on the top right corner chat. But on desktop, you scroll down into the panels and there'll be one for stream avatars and you can customize your little guy. I'm entered into an art Secret Santa. I hope my art is good enough. It looks childish compared to the others. You're fine, Anne. You're fine. It's free art. Nobody's gonna complain. Like, hold on. Why is somebody vacuuming in the house while I'm streaming? It's fine. I'm gonna find a higher res version of this that isn't like a meme. There we go. People just love getting free art. It's like this. It's like, I would get it if like they were paying you for it and it's like, okay, they've spent money on it. 2 cakes! Exactly. This is still a delicious cake right here. So don't even sweat it. And as long as you have fun, that's what's important, right? So it's not a big deal. I would sure be excited to get Secret Santa art from you. I like your art. I will devour both cakes. Exactly. Don't even worry about it. Well, I didn't realize that would happen. I'll show you our style. My Pokemon and nature are in harmony. I also like paying my artists. That's true. That's true. I like free art, and I like having enough money to pay for rent and food. But once I have that, then I'm happy paying artists as well. Grass? No, that's not gonna work very well. Let's do strength. Little bug. Little bug, little bug. Of course, Anne. I feel like I haven't seen anything you've made in a while. I'd like to. Let's see if Echoed Voice does better. Protect? That's the worst. Oh yeah. Question of the day. The question of the day today is, what's your Pokemon team if you were a gym leader? What is it? I don't know. He's on my shoulder. Echoed Voice. Do it, do it, do it. Where is he? It's Swadloon, Snail! It's just a little guy. I like its face. I misinterpreted the question. Oh! Yeah, I thought you meant that you designed a team. Yay! See me pour. You guys don't hear the vacuum in the background, do you? I feel like I have good, like, noise filtering. But, you know, if it's still coming through, I can be like, hey, could you vacuum later? Yeah, I'm gonna put in my other ear. There we go. See me pour. Let's switch into Freebie, because Freebie's got grass knot. I need to see when it is, but I heard about this local art competition. All charges go towards Toys for Tots, and it just sounds like fun. A 3-day event, winner gets a piece of paper. But it just sounds fun to me, and artists will be making their arts through the days. That sounds really nice. Yeah, I could throw you in the Discord. There you go. It's a moderator only command because, you know, I don't want just anybody coming in and making an issue. But yeah, feel free to join. Feel free to join. I trust a fellow streamer. Oof, scald. Don't burn my bunny. Oof, a crit. Scald is a very, like, Scald is kind of a nostalgic mood, a nostalgic move for me, because I remember, like, getting it. Oh, you want to join so you can see Bird? I mean, he pretty much looks like that. He's a little bird griffin, little cockatiel griffin. Oh, welcome back. Smells like soap. Welcome back, Sophie! Yeah, but cameras don't work in the fairy world, so he has to look like a normal cockatiel in pictures. I have a cam for him, but he's not there right now. He's on my shoulder because he's a little baby right now, because he's got feathers growing in his head. It's itchy. Grass nut again? Nope! That won't do. Look at me paying attention. There are certainly pictures of Tomo in the Discord, though. You just have to scroll through the animals channel a little bit. He's in the announcements channel, too. Clean up, Pepper. I want a bird. I live with my folks, though, and none of them can have avians for pets due to apartment rules. I guess that kind of makes sense. They can be pretty noisy little things. Great punch. Yay! Little monkey. Little monkey. Still vacuuming? I think I'm gonna go ahead and ask my housemate to please vacuum later. I don't know, I don't want to be rude. I know it's probably not coming through stream, but it's like bothering me. No, it's fine, it's fine. I like my cats, so no birds. Yeah, that's fair. I have to keep, because there's cats here, so I have to keep Tomo in my office with me. No cats allowed. Should I keep working on the beating model in voice call, or should I do it outside of voice call? Whatever you'd like to do. Whatever you'd like to do, Zopi. Tranquil, huh? Bird punch. We'll switch. Technically we have Sqwire. I don't know which one to do. Keep doing it in voice call then. Maybe somebody will join. I unfortunately can't join right now because I'm streaming, of course. Gee. Let's do cider. Doesn't matter that much. Wait, it would have been neutral to do fighting type attacks. I could have just used return. It's fine. I like the animation for Tranquil. I like how it puffs out its chest. Confusion. Found pic of Tomo. Immediately used my mouse to pet the pig. That's so cute. That's so cute. Dude, that just makes me think of having a custom mouse cursor. Like it would be cute to have one that's like a little hand that you can go and animal pictures that you see. Wasn't our style worthy? He is a sweet little guy, and I'm sure he appreciates the head pets because he's got scritchies, he's got feathers growing in. Oh yeah, I'd love to see. You know, go ahead and send it in. Like, throw in a link. You might get timed out for 20 seconds, but it's fine. The create our own style. Huh? Oh, you gave me a little cosmetic. EP up. Celestial Tower, that's where we're supposed to go. I sort of forgot why we were going. Max Ether. Oh, what? I just walked through here with no issue. Takes 20 or even 30 years for a tree to be fully grown. Will they have a Pokemon battle that pleases the trees? And that's funny because that's true for humans too. In most cases. Some people never grow up. Solosis, little booger. Solosis is such a cute little booger. I gotta go back and heal before we go into the Celestial Tower, I'm gonna be honest. Strength. Crush that booger. Yeah! Solosis is so cute! Does Reuniclus count as a bunny? It's kinda got the ears. Is this a bunny? It sure would be nice for our run if it was. I'm gonna run a poll. You guys tell me if Reuniclus is a bunny. Is Reuniclus bunny? Yeah. No. 5 minutes. There you go. Go ahead. Make your opinion known. Is this a bunny? Is this enough of a bunny? Send it in Bean Link. Go ahead and grab the attachment link and send it in chat. Is this bunny? It's based on amoebas. Well, I mean, yeah. But, Wigglytuff is based on balloons. That's enough of a bunny. Yeah, no? What, Chi-Chi's still going? I guess it's only been 4 hours for her. X you! Bless you. Let's keep going. You might get timed out for 20 seconds, but it's okay. It's okay. You haven't done anything wrong. That's just the way I have it set up. I told you to do it. It's just 20 seconds. Oh, it's Steven Universe Pumpkin. Steven Universe Pumpkin, right? I love Reuniclus, but it's not a bunny on a die on that hill. I respect your opinion. I respect it. Steven Universe Pumpkin! Little guy! Oh, I love it! That's super cute! Oh, it was a commission! It's rolling around in the leaves. It's so cute. Oh. I see your signature. Dopey has pants. From Steven Universe, I just used a picture from a pumpkin dog and told me to draw it. I'm pretty sure it's from Steven Universe. Pumpkin. Oh yeah! This little guy. yeah, it's got the same tail too. Now you know! It was literally this one! Wow, you learn something new every day, huh? Nice art. Thank you for showing me. Poll is halfway over. Are we allowed to use Reuniclus in this run? Is it bunny enough? Let's go echoed voice. Yippee! I feel like it's the kind of situation where people are like, well, I wouldn't really consider it. Yada yada. What? Screams and science nerd? It can be both. Nope. It had a faster. No. Should I be freaked up and evil? The answer is always yes. No. You're so silly, Ann. He's a bunny in my heart. It's all that matters to me. I respect it. Reuniclus, my beloved, but you're not a bunny. It's got little bunny ears. If it's not bunny, then explain this. Like, I count Whismer as a bunny. I used Whismer earlier in this playthrough. Then he swapped it out for Plusle, but you know, this is what a tree gave me. Ah, a pear. Has the ears and his friend shape. Spend points? Oh, if you want to. Let me over. Off we go! Let's skip all of these. Skip it all! I don't think doing anything on my rewards, in my redeems, is freaked up and evil. Should I be cheeked up and evil? Always. My little guys are feeling better. Oh, we're spending points for it. I wanted to tie. I countered it. Be honest. I don't know if it'll necessarily change whether I use Reuniclus for the bunny run, but it will perhaps guide my opinion. Let me Google it. What does Google think? Is Reuniclus a bunny? I didn't know Reuniclus was a bunny. It has the ears and is friend-shaped. Control F? Where's my Control F? Reun... Put Lot Bunny in the same square as Cinderace and put Reuniclus in the now free one. I don't think Nidoking is a bunny. Nidoran and Nidorina, or Nidoran and like female and male I can see, but not Nidoking. Show results with bunny. Nope, that's the only place on the internet one person thinks it's a bunny. They are bunnies? I can definitely see, like, Nidoran and Nidorina. Or Nidoran. Just Nidoran. It's a ground Bunny and will always be a ground Bunny. I don't think I agree. You crashed. Look on Bulbapedia. Bulbapedia is just gonna describe its physiology. And... Reuniclus may also make an allusion to the embryonary stages. So it's not a bunny, it's just a little fetus. I can respect that. Nidoking's based on kaiju? Yeah, Nidoking has like the kaiju stuff going on. It appears to share traits of rhinoceroses, gorillas, rabbits, and porcupines. Is Nidoking a bunny? I mean, look at this guy. It's just not a bunny. It's just like a lizard kaiju rhino thing. It's kind of like Reuniclus is way more of a bunny than Nidoking is. So Booty is a bunny. I don't agree. Not personally. Like, look at those teeth. If it was a bunny, it wouldn't have teeth like that. Even Nidorino. I have a male and female Nidoran sitting in my box in this game that I just haven't been able to use yet because I didn't roll it. But it's not a bunny. It's just kind of a creature. Little lizard, whoa, Skippy. Lizard rhino sort of creature. Carnivorous bunny like in Monty Python and the Holy Grail? Rat? The Holy Rat. Anyone else wish Twitch would do something about the graphic artist scammers? Just had a DM in Twitch from someone who hasn't even watched. Ugh. I've never gotten those DMs on Twitch, but I've gotten them on Blue Sky, I've gotten them on Discord, I get them like all the time. Like all the time. They get tiring. They're everywhere, man. Oh, by the way, I have Blue Sky. Everybody should follow me on Blue Sky. It's been too long since I've watched that movie, Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I don't think I've ever seen the actual movie all the way through. I only saw it when I was younger, and there was like a brothel scene or something that my family always skipped. And I only knew it existed, like, within the past few years. Right, I'm healed up now. So let's go in. Hi, I'm Digital Artist. May I sell you AI-generated stolen art for insanely overpriced amounts of money? I was getting those before. Even before, like, AI image generation was convincing at all. They were... like... They seemed like honest people who were just trying to get commissions, but they were doing it in such a way that they were, like, being bothersome. And I don't know why there's so many people that do it. Like, they would have consistent art styles, like, cause I would engage with them sometimes. I would be like, hey, yes, I'm a streamer, yeah, what's up? Oh, no, can I see your examples? Stuff like that. But it's always, you know, just, like, maybe the style I'm not interested in. It makes me think, who is giving, like, artists these like strategies of randomly message whoever. I don't know, give Seriebot, if not, I recommend it. Oh no, we could block that anyway. We blocked that anyway. I don't use Seriebot, but I have a list of just like names of those kind of websites that just get auto-blocked. I got them in here mainly being chat, anywho. This one is new. Had the nards to DM me, who has been getting them 2 times a day forever. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. And you know, it is just getting worse now that there's AI everywhere. What a nice little area. They say that when you ring the bell on the top of this tower, it pleases the resting spirits. These Pokemon are dead. Here lies the idea that Nidoking is a bunny. This is Celestial Tower, where Pokemon are laid to rest. I don't think he would be that chipper about it, actually. Hi, welcome to Celestial Tower! There's dead Pokemon here! It's a little scary, but you know, as long as you know other artists, then you've got, like, camaraderie with it, you know? These bot-viewed AI-generated avatars, exactly. Exactly. Hi, Valrith! Yeah. Nice to see you today. Oink. Real though, I've gotten so many DMs from those bots that I can see who is and isn't one of those bots just by reading their first time chatter message. Ah, it's rough. It's rough. Indescribable energy is flowing into me. Whoa. Yeah. I like the psychic sprites in this game. I love LGM. I love LGM. Little guy. Little guy. Little guy, so cute. Behem. I like Behem. But LGM, the way its like body is shaped makes it look like a plush doll that's like full of beans. Like he's got like a beanbag body. You know what I mean? You mean shiny hunting for LGM? Ooh, in what game? Strength. Can I give a suggestion? Red flag. Ask what kind of suggestion to get. I'm a graphic artist. Block. I mean, I've honestly never gotten those in Twitch chat before. Well, I'm simple now. I'm simply a bunny. Okay, it looks like the vacuuming is done in here. Black 2? Rad! If the Sandile wants to appear. Are you going full odds? Shiny hunting? Solosis. Solosis, little booger. Sweet! Best of luck! Best of luck, Zopi. Basically anywhere it's the same order. Yeah, I don't know where this is coming from. Your dream team quest! LGM is your last member. Who else do you have? Oh yeah, and shiny crocodile is fun too. Sigilif. Fixed team Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? What are the which ones? Which ones did you pick? Which Pokemon? Yeah, more strength. Someone suggested a piece of furniture for my setup that did help when I was in physical therapy. Got it somewhere. What kind of furniture? That is a strange suggestion. Are you sure that was a scammer? Suggested a booty of furniture. It was Tepig, Sawaddle, Azurill, and Zubat. Oh, I was like, what do these have to do with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Tepig, shiny Tepig, Sawaddle, Azurill, and Zubat are already caught. Oh, you get the sick green Crobat. Sandile is currently looking for. No, shiny Crobat isn't green, it's pink. And up next is LGM. Sweet! That sounds so fun. I hope you have a nice time, Sophie. Yeah, pink Crobat. I just remembered the card in Shining Fates. Is in the 3DS generations to get 4 turtles that fit. Oh yeah, you have to get like Choodle, Tortuga, Squirtle? One more probably. Can't think of it. Wait! It's Choodle! Oh, Turtwig! It's Choodle! Gen 7 or 8? Chew tool. That was Gen 8. So it wouldn't have been. What was the last one then? What? Hello, you. What? Scary roaming Pokemon. A baby! Baby detected! Little baby candle. Bye, baby candle. Bye bye. Kill? No, don't kill. Don't kill the baby. Little baby man. Little baby. Baby man. Aww. We don't have to kill the baby. No, don't blow out the flame. You guys are so mean. Why are you going so mean to the baby? Right? When trainers meet, of course we engage in a Pokemon battle, don't we? Ah, shucks, that's so sweet. Thank you, Maple. Hey, Jude. See you around, and thank you so much for hanging out today. We're not killing babies, we're not killing booties. That's a trainer battle. Let's go echoed voice and build it up. I want to kill booty. Yeah, just keep going. No, don't electro ball me. No, 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 no. Just in case, just in case. What? You can't kill booty. It's not advisable. Ew, headache and eye pain. Ugh. Eye pain sounds like stress to me. So take it easy. Yeah, if you gotta go like rest after stream or something, please, by all means. It can take a lot out of you sometimes. Oops, I meant to switch. That's fine. This Gen 5 is just so iconic for its low health jingle, the low health music. It is like hectic, so I'm gonna heal anyway. We're gonna do Moo Moo Milk. Oh, I need glasses but can't afford them. Ugh. I don't know what like region you live in, but I got my glasses. Yeah, you can get prescription glasses on this website like super cheap. Please paste. Well, 45% off. That'd be sick. But yeah, this website's pretty good for glasses. Look, 20 bucks for this nice. Wait, I had this style. 20 bucks for this nice set of glasses, and then it's not much more than that for the lenses. Wait, price includes 1.5 index prescription lenses. So like, I recommend it. I recommend it. And that's without insurance. Whoops, that's ridiculous. Knudeluff is going to use that good voice. Don't bite my bunny. I imagine like biting Wigglytuff like like for as fluffy as this guy looks, he's probably very, like rubbery, right? I'm working the beanie model. Have fun! Don't bite my booty. Yeah, don't do that. It's not very nice. Eastern Standard of the US, and I would need to get an eye exam first. Need to wait because we basically used up our insurance for the year. Ugh, I'm sorry. Well, Discord access? Red. You just hop in with this link. I had a way to like whisper it, but it didn't work, so it's fine. But come on in, it's cozy in here. It worked for you? Good. Wait, it worked? It messaged you the link? That's crazy. Cause like half the time I'll get people saying, oh, it didn't work. I have no idea. No clue. Don't look at me. Don't peep me. No. Say a DM's turned off or something? No, I see. I have a strong Pokemon. I have strong Pokemon. Some of them. Aw, baby. The baby Shawaddle. Sweet. Set to off by default. That is wild. Yeah, it's crazy. Let's bring out cider for this. Not that I fear the Swadloon or anything, but we're running low on Knuddlepuff's running low on PP. Flame charge shall do. Red. I feel like if anybody wants, if you want to have like, if you want to know how to use anything, like any kind of program or website or anything, just go through all the settings and you'll just learn them. You'll just learn it. I got 1984 Pokey. Literally 1984. But like, I feel like that's my like best advice for anything. Oh, Will-O-Wisp. My best advice for anything is if you want to learn something, just go through all the settings. Just explore it all. Like, you wouldn't believe how many streamers I meet who are like, oh, I had no idea you could do such and such. You literally just need to like you can really get your VODs unmuted. Yeah, if you click here on a muted VOD and you, there should be like a way to go, appeal mute. I don't know, there's just all kinds of things. There's just all kinds of things. I feel like people just don't explore all the settings, because I've learned so much from that kind of stuff. So if you're gonna be spending any reasonable amount of time on Twitch, just go through all your account settings. Just make it the way you want it. I gotta do that with Clip Studio Paint, honestly. I was trying to do it the quick way by, oh baby. I was trying to do it the quick way by just watching tutorials. And those will certainly teach you, but not as well. Yeah, I like looking through settings sometimes. Let's put Star Kit in front. Let's try to be leveling up the... I was gonna say the bunnies. They're all bunnies. The Plusle and Minun. Like, just familiarize yourself with it. Try to figure out what stuff does. Now, I understand how that can be daunting with something like Blender. And I am actively using Unity pretty often, and I don't know anything about it. I only know how to do specifically the things that I need to do for my VTuber models. But if I really wanted to learn the ins and outs of Unity, I would probably just like mess with all the tools and all the settings and stuff, just like make an afternoon of it. Then again, I am a hands-on learner. I was enjoying waiting in a queue for 3 hours for Pokemon cards. More enjoying the queue than the fact that I ordered Pokemon cards? Really? Were you, like, chit-chatting with people or something? Wouldn't it be sick if we ran into a shiny Litwick? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Hello. I don't know, waiting for things. That's fun. Even if I got my position in the queue reset several times. Woohoo! More waiting! Lucky you! You get more free waiting. Psychic Mickey. He sends Pluto to fight me. Oh, you were 1 minute away from getting in? What? Why did the queue reset? Electro Ball? Hey, critical hit. I think Pokemon Center is just homophobic. Golett. Electric. Okay, he's Ghost Rock, right? Okay, electric should be fine. Crit again. What? Isn't he Ghost Rock? Isn't he Rock type? Don't tell me it's a ground type. I mean, that's the only logical explanation. What? Well, that sucks. Pepper. Why would they make it ground type? He's literally made of rocks. Ugh. Magnitude. Oof. That's fine. Let's get a Drain Punch. What? Oh my god, it's Ghost type. Pepper can't do anything against this man. Okay. There is rocks in the ground, so why did they make them 2 different types? And then make almost every rock type also ground type? Until recently? What changed? We're gonna go use Grass Knot against it. Eye roll. I'm eye rolling this guy so hard. How dare you have a type combination like that? How dare you? I don't know. Some of them look like rocks and some of them look like ground. Well, this one looks like rocks. Literally, he looks like a bunch of rocks. Does Pikachu count as a bunny? Nope, that's a mouse. That's a mouse. For some reason, but it's not a bunny. Hi, Dua. Yeah, Grass Knot. Some water types are fish and some are just water. Yeah, I can see that. Like, what do you think is a water type Pokemon that's a fish but isn't necessarily water? What do you think? Like Tatsugiri? Right? I mean, it's rice. You can't put rice in water. You can't eat sushi in the ocean. In the ocean. Yeah, more Grass Knot. There really could just be one type. Perhaps. My friend said, dang it! I keep forgetting. My friend did say that he would lend me Pokemon Legends ZA. Then he was like, you have a Switch 2, right? You know, he only has the Switch 2 version. This is 1984 Poke again. Are they trying to tell me something? Spell tag. T-A-G. Oh, Stunfisk, you're right, you're right. The Switch 2 version is compatible with Switch 1, really? Ooh, okay, okay. You are a Pokemon trainer. You played it with a Switch 2 copy on my Switch 1. Okay, sweet, sweet. He did also say that he still needs to finish it real quick first. But given that I lent him my Pokemon Legends Arceus for like a year, it should be fine for me to borrow it for a while. And I'd love to play it on stream too, for sure. Electro Ball! Good, good. What does that do? Oh, it's not gonna get crit. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Is it Sir Kit that has the magnet? No, Sir Kit has something else on. Does he either have Bright Powder? Ouchie! Lay off my bunny! What do you got? Amulet coin. Okay, that's fine. Volt switch, please. The one time I try to use Volt switch. Excuse me. Excuse my sneeze. I am Pibbon. Wash my bunny. Clean my bunny. What? Bring out the Sqwire. Clean my bunny. Which evolutions count as bunnies? I would say only Sylveon. I think only Sylveon. Flareon isn't a bunny. Jolteon is a dog. Vaporeon is a mermaid cat. Espeon is a cat. Umbreon is a cat. Leafeon is a cat. Glaceon is a cat. It's only Sylveon. Sylveon gets to be a bunny. I mean, they are like general mammal creatures. No. Flareon is a fox. Yeah. Flareon's a fox. And so is, Eevee itself is just like generic mammal, but if I had to put one, it's a fox. Electro Ball. What you chomping at my feet for, little bird? Take it easy, man. Take it easy, little bird. That's why I have to wear slippers when I'm hanging out in here and Tomo's out. Yeah, Eevee's a little fox. Foxes or dogs on cat software. Yeah, it's true. Dog hardware on cat. Dog software on cat hardware. Oh, there's a nurse down there. I bet you she'll heal us. Woo! Okay. Let's fight. Let's get it out of the way. I'm here to understand the end of the world, but I don't quite get it. If I have a battle, will I be enlightened? I'll show you the end of the world. Nurses healing you after you defeat them is so fun. Yeah. Oh, you want to see the end of the world? I gotcha, buddy. Litwick is my favorite little emo flame boy. He's so cute! He's just a sweet little guy. Strength. Glad they kind of brought that back in ZA and the ZA Royale. Not nurses, just random trainers that can heal you sometimes. Yeah! Foresight. I hate that move. Because it's like, haha, you spent your turn doing nothing. Oh my god, an attack? Ah! You're gonna use Foresight but have only one Pokemon? My Hippocratic Oath is locked until you defeat me on a fight. Yeah. People, Pokemon, even if the world is gone, that's not the end. I feel sure of it. Let's do some switching. Let's put the Sqwire in the front. You need a nurse's help? What are you, a dumb little baby? Sure, if you can win against me, I'll make your Pokemon healthy. No, that was so mean. That was so mean of her to say that. Sachiko. Gothita, my favorite, what is it, cat Pokemon? Imagine if healthcare worked like that in real life. Alright. I need this kidney transplant. I'm ready. Oh, Gothita's a horse? Gothita... horse? No, there's some joke about Gothita... cat Pokemon is like used in a promotional art with a bunch of other, like, of one specific kind of Pokemon. I really want to get a gothic style horse to match my aesthetic, but I'm not sure where to start. Wait. Oh, this is for like an online game. Star Stable. I thought it was like real life. I really want a goth horse to match my style. Electro Ball. Where can I get a goth horse? Are there any goth horses out there? Defeat me in a boxing fight and I'll treat your toothache? I mean, if it's a boxing fight. Depending on if that dentist is good enough, it might just end up needing a little more, dental work. I can charge you for more dental care if they knock your teeth out first. Electro Ball. Twilight Sparkle a goth horse? I wouldn't say so. At best, she's gothic. But in like a Dark Academia kind of way. We have an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys hanging out through the ad. Thank you so much. I'll see you on the other side. Spectrier is a goth horse. What? Wow, I didn't realize they used Future Sight. Alomomola, we're gonna keep battling. We got a lightning type, electric type. The TCG has ruined my brain. It's probably got good special defense though. That's a big hit. Don't slap me! Not protect! Ugh, I hate protect. Yay! Wait a second. Stunfisk isn't water type. I realize this is a conversation from like 10 minutes ago. Stunfisk isn't water type. What I intended to ask is there a fish Pokemon that is water type, but isn't necessarily a waterish Pokemon? In the same way that some Pokemon are just waterish. They're water type because they're waterish, like a Manaphy. I know how to make Pokemon healthy! Yeah! Everybody should know... Everybody should know what they're good at and be able to have confidence in themselves because of that. Even if it's different from what somebody else is good at. Your own talent should not be disregarded simply because it's not the somebody else's talent that you want. Hi. Are there goth horses in My Little Pony? Cassandra. I mean, there was like when Pinkie Pie got like depressed or whatever, but I don't think that counts. Amnesia. I forgot why I'm here. Where am I? I have no talent. I have mad skills, yo. Let's go, Valrith. Oh, mine. What are you doing sitting here buffing the whole time? Why are you doing this? I think I'm gonna... Should I volt switch? No, that's fine. My talent is petting dogs! Yay! That's a good talent. Dog champ. I mean, yeah, I'm hitting super effective. So, I don't see why it shouldn't be working. Welcome back, Brat. Welcome back from ads, by the way. Sometimes I try to say something, and my mouth just doesn't want to give it 100%. Welcome back. Super effective. Get him, Sir Kit. Get her. Get her. But she's cute. I can't get her. But she's so cute. Okay, I'll get her. Even if she's cute. Gotharita. Frisk. You found my amulet coin. Yeah, let's get out of here. Here comes my other electric little bunny. Sqwire, take over for me. What is that? Ah, foresight. I've noticed with my luck, my Pokemon tend to practice tough love when charmed. Oh boy. Flatter? Flatter than what? Charming me and flattering me? You guys. I don't know what to do with this. Is Swift gonna help? Does Swift get through confusion? Don't do it. Okay. I don't think Swift necessarily gets through confusion, but it works this time. Bring me? Hey, did I do it? Did I win? Do I give Sir Kit Swift? I think we leave Volt Switch with Sir Kit and Swift on Sqwire. Oh, but he wants to learn it? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, Sir Kit. Your Pokemon are full of life. Not like all of these dead ones and these gravestones. Shadow Claw. That could be pretty good. No, I can't ride my bike in here. Wrong one. That could be pretty good. Who can learn it on my team? Little ghosty type move? Little ghosty move? Nope, nobody. Okay, that's fine. That's alright. Let me through. Let me out. You trapped me in here? It's so rude. At least I got Shadow Claw, even if I can't use it. I've always loved Stoutland's cry. I always thought it was super cute. Let's hit him with the Thunder Wave. It's pretty high level. Not takedown. Why are you so fast? Why is it so fast? Big doggy. Okay. That's fine. Pepper. Come on, Pepper. Let's do a Drain Punch. Okay. Why is it faster than mine? Do I need like a light orb or something? Don't I have a light orb? I was planning on just hitting it with Thunder Wave and then Volt switching out of there. But I guess not. Or Drain Punch. Cute little Pepper! My cute little Pepper! What? Huh. Knocked itself out with recoil. You're really perfect. Oh, shucks. That's so sweet of you. That's so sweet of you. Let me grab this and go heal up again. Revive? In a graveyard? Wow, the irony of such a thing. It's like when you're like playing an RPG and you loot someone that like say they burned to death or something, and it's like, oh, they had fire protection potion on them. That's the same energy as Revive in the cemetery. Oh no. Why didn't you use it? Well. Did somebody drop it or something? Oh shoot, I was hoping to come and use this revive on my Pokemon, but I dropped it somewhere. I don't know where it went. I've been saving up for months for this. Such horrible irony. Oh my god, there's too many little aliens. There's too many little aliens. Let me out. Oh, another little alien. Oh, Litwick. Woo. Let me out. Skyla! Hi, lady. Pretty lady. Oh, you came. Thank you. I was right. What I saw was a hurt Pokemon. Don't worry, though. It's fine now. I gave it a max revive, then it felt better and flew away. Oh. Are you sure it's not that, Bronzong right up there? Hee. Don't I have great eyesight? No matter how far away things are, a pilot's eyes can see them. Oh, that's right. Since you've come this far, why don't you ring the bell? Celestial Tower's bell is for soothing the spirits of Pokemon. Also, the character of the person ringing the bell is reflected in its sound. I ring it and it's like... I'm sorry. What'd I do? Bronzong's like, ow, ow, stop bringing me. It reverberates through the area. What a pretty sound. Cheese, you're a kind and strong person. It's that kind of sound. I'd like to introduce myself again. I'm Sqwire, the leader of Miss Jonathan's Pokemon Gym. I use flying type Pokemon. When you're ready, please come to the gym. I'll give you a big welcome. Ah, she's so cute. She's so cute. Now that I've gotten a vibe check on you. I totally lied about that other Pokemon, by the way. If I rang that bell, it would sound evil. You can indeed make evil from the letters in your name. Let's see. V-A-I-L-R-E-T-H. That's E-V-I-L A. I'm working it out. I'm working it out. Evil H Rat. That's your new name. Evil H Rat. It's up to you to decide what H stands for, though. Maybe it's Horatio. And that's where the rat part comes from. You can't? I can't what? Evil Thar. I don't know. Wrath. I don't know. Evil H Rat. I like that. I like making silly anagrams. I work as a crime investigator in Miami. Is that real? Is that true? You investigate crime scenes? Or am I missing something? No? Okay. I don't know, it could have been true. There's all kinds of people on the internet. And you could have said yes and I would have just believed you. I'm gullible like that. Oh, CSI Miami. No, they work as a crime scene investigator in Paris. Oh, of course, of course. Hi, Isaac! I don't have any fake crimes. There's no way, there's no way. But if you do see any evidence, tell me so that I can get rid of it. I'm innocent. Let me take a zippy, have a stretch. I gotta figure out how to make my model fall asleep when it stops tracking. Or something. It's just so that I stop going. I covered my face to stop the tracking. I probably could have covered the camera itself. There we go. Wait, why did it lead me forward? Huh? Let me recalibrate. What happened? Right here. All better, all better. What are you thinking about Beanie and Papa? There's this vestige of a human body on your fridge from the last time you were baking Fey bread. I mean, we gotta use human yeast in order to make Fey bread. I'm thinking about being smug. Ah, a Pokédex. That's the reason for your journey. Not your fault if the dragons left it as payment. It's true, it's true. I'm thinking about being cheeky. Oh, I can't avoid this fight. Electro Ball. Just a smug little guy. Oh, I didn't stretch, did I? Minchino's so cute. I wish it was a bunny, but I love that it's a chinchilla. Yeah, we have Sir Kit. We finally got the plusle, and look what we named it. Sqwire. Sqwire. Like wire? You get it? Sir Kit and his Sqwire. We spent like 20 minutes coming up with that. I was like, really squeezing out the old brain meats. I did see the puzzle before I went to grab something to eat. Yeah! Oh, I would like something to eat. Yippee! Yeah, Sir Kit and Sqwire. Oops. Ah, there's move people, move reminders and stuff in there. Oh, I fell. I didn't see Squire's name at the time. We like went in the PK Hex, we went in the save editor to change it. Like an hour or so ago. But yes, we have our Knight Sqwire now. And they're gonna help us in Skyla's gym battle. They are little electric rats after all. Ooh, and we're gonna get a new bunny once we're done with Skyla. I'm thinking, how long is it gonna take to do the Mr. Elton gym? Because I have something that I can't be late for today, this evening. But I have to go shopping with my family. They have Thanksgiving shopping that they want to do, but they don't have a car right now. And their apartment complex is literally right across the road from a grocery store. And I'm like, why don't you just carry the groceries over? And they said, I don't want to do that. I don't borrow a shopping cart or something. But I guess I'll help them out anyway, if it makes things easier for them. Will you bake Fae bread for Thanksgiving? Nope! I will bake Fae bread for myself. A high-flying girl! Or as the like, planning documents say, the sexy pilot. What? Zoom out. Zoom out. Ooh. Yeah, there we go. The beta documents. That's what it should say. In my world, Fae bread is just normal bread. Water. Fresh. These shrimp fresh. Rock, electric, ice, flying types have more weaknesses than people know about. Victory is ours! You climb in the cannons to move forward. Yep, down, left, and right. You can get in them from anywhere. Interesting. I guess we already started, huh? Ah, so we have to get around to the other side? I was wondering, like, since there's something that I don't want to be late for tonight, should we wait on starting the gym? But perhaps not. Perhaps it's fine. What do you think about the cannons? Isn't it great that you could experience how flying Pokemon feel? Next, experience the feeling of losing a Pokemon battle. I've never done that ever before in my life. Especially not at the battle subway against a preschooler with a worm. Birdie! Of course it's a birdie. There's gonna be plenty of birdies here. Electro ball. Not the worm, not the worm! Attack! Yeah, there you go. It's kind of violent. It goes like the animation for the move. Another Tranquil. How beautiful. Dude, have you seen Tranquil's shiny? Let me show you the Pidove shiny line. Here we go. Let me zoom in. You have Pidove. It's like, yeah, this is like a pretty normal looking shiny, I guess. Maybe it's a little boring or whatever. And you have Unpheasant. It's like, oh sweet, it's like brown and it's got teal underside and like purple head. Like these are decent shinies. And then why did they do that? Why did they make Tranquil radioactive? I mean, I don't hate green shinies, but it's a little odd in the middle of the evolution line. They turned him into a gummy bear. Yeah, it's a Sprigatito bird. That's literally shiny Sprigatito colors. You're right, Ethereal. Why did they do that? Green booty. Why'd they do that? It's so silly. I guess I don't hate it. It's just really surprising. Also, hi Roy. Welcome in. Hello. Hello, Roy. Roy. Roy, about. Feeling of losing a battle, huh? I'll be stronger if I fight while thinking about Pokemon. Like, are you gonna do a Pokemon battle without thinking about Pokemon? What's up with that, man? Hello. In order to jump higher, I'm practicing really hard. Hello, Rory. Oh no, not the antics that you guys were getting up to with Damsel last night. I'm gonna be fully honest with you guys. I don't think I'm like dyslexic or anything like that, but if you start like being incomprehensible, intentionally incomprehensible in my chat, I'm probably not gonna be able to like sit down and read it without excess mental load. Ugh, double effective. I'm not gonna be twisting my brain meats in circles. Okay. I'm not gonna be twisting my brain meats into all kinds of different knots just for the bit. Do it once to be silly, okay. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to like kill your fun or whatever. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. I appreciate you guys' antics. I'm just telling you that I might not go out of my way to read it. But that does mean that you guys can do like secret codes against me. You can say what I'm gonna get for my birthday. Oh, you're doing it to annoy Inkspot? That's fair. I became a pilot, which has been my dream since I was a child. I am extremely strong. Bring it on. Well, thank you. Well, thank you. It was successful. I can see it. I can see it. Oh, dang, I typed that correctly. You're too sweet, Isaac. Thank you. Guys, did you know Isaac is just a little guy? He's just a little guy. He's a cool little dude. Icy little fella. He's just a little guy and I have proof of it. I have photographic proof that Isaac is just a little guy. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, it's been a sec, huh? Little guy. Little guy. Little guy. Someone's like, why are you doing that? That was before you shared it? Yeah! It's a commission that I've been working on for Isaac. I'm gonna do like another design of his character. And I've got one of his little animal characters. Look at that little guy. Sigilif. Well, we're gonna use our electric boy against him, of course. Against them. I'm already running out of PP on Electro Ball though. If you fail next stream, you need to do a Fire Emblem marathon of all the games in the franchise, one after the other. You're gonna have to go to Isaac's channel for that, because that's literally what he's doing. Wait, that didn't hit hard at all. Sigilif is my favorite bunny. And yeah, it's got that one really silly bunny ear on top of its head. Oh yeah, shout out Isaac. We love Isaac. Oopsie, who did that? I don't know. Let's volt switch out. We're not doing much. Oh, I guess I used light screen, huh? Yeah, follow Omelet. Please don't spam that though. Do follow Roy though. I don't want it to like fill up chat, you know what I mean? I want to still be able to read. Back in we go. Let's do... Who's a psychic type? Oh gee, sure would have been nice if I could teach Shadow Claw to any of my Pokemon. Yeah. Ice, rock? We don't have any of these things. Huh. Yeah! Let's go! Oh, we have an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys sticking around through the ads. I'll be done dancing before the ads start, though. Let's... What does Knuddle Up have? Whoa. Let's do strength. Let's bring in Knuddle Up for some strength. When I was younger, I thought Unknown would evolve into Sigilif. Wow. I guess I see it. I guess I see it. It's got light screen, so. What? Oh, I guess it also used Reflect. I thought Love Disc was gonna evolve into Alamomola, right? I mean, literally, why didn't they make it do that? I feel like they were planning on having Love Disc evolve into Alamomola. I love that Pokemon, by the way. I love real life ocean sunfish. Whoa, look at 34. Ted. His name's Ted. We do only have like 15 more minutes before I gotta go, because I gotta get ready to go help my family grocery shop. But yeah. All of the Pokemon that you can encounter in Unova, at least before the Elite Four, before you become the champion and all that, post game, are supposed to be new Pokemon. So I feel like they changed it because of that. That's a theory, actually. Hello, I'm back over here, I guess. What do you do? Do I enter from the other side? Ooh. United States of America. Yeah, oh yeah, UNOVA. UNOVA of America. I do love Gen 5, yeah. How is... Oh, Sir Kit's looking fine. We're chilling, we're chilling. Hello. I promise I'm not doing anything, officer. You gonna shoot me? Why did Wendy's collab with Alien? Oh, that sounds fantastic, actually. Oh, he's a pilot, not a police officer. I was like, man, this must be America. Electro ball. I'm running out of PP. Stop using detect, stinker, stinker, dinker, stinker, dinker, bird. Don't do it again. Yippee! Welcome back from Maz, everybody. I have my ad set to a minute and a half every half hour. You can change that, you know. Yeah. What? It didn't work? Let me out of here. Hydrate, thank you, Cygnus. Hi, Cygnus! A shiny bird! It's a cool looking bird, that's for sure. It taunt like... Did you see the archer posted it? No, I didn't! On my way to Blue Sky immediately. I'm headed there right now. We're gonna go Dublin Dirker. Oh, Tomo, why are you chewing my feet? Why are you biting at me? Wait! This is so nice! Look at that precious little pose. Oh, that's fantastic. Made as a charity raffle prize and extended to Half Body on commission. Yay! I love that. I love that. Just chilling out, he says. Just chilling out. I've had the same booty all my life. Isn't this so cute? Just in case we needed more evidence that Isaac is just a little guy. Just in case we weren't sure. It gives me healer vibes, so I asked Archer for that pose. Oh yeah! Just in case we needed more photographic evidence. That's nice, that's nice. Hello you. Let's use where are ya? Where are ya? Ether? Ether without being maxed? What is it, Tomo? He's just down there being like, me, I'm mad. What are you mad about, little bird? You wanna... Oh, he tore up the, like, little dandelion treat. I've got, like, a dandelion treat stick thing, but... technically it was made for rodents, but I'm like, it's just made of dandelion, right? He doesn't seem to like it. He tore it up a little bit, though. Not to eat it, though. Circuit. I'm gonna use that on Electro Ball. Yeah. My plans are perfectly honed. I cannot lose. He doesn't think it's dandy and it has the name Lion in it. I guess Tomo would be really scared of a lion. I mean, me too. So would I. To be fair. Electro Ball. I can't lose. I don't know about that, buddy. Yeah, dude, you have one Pokemon. Sir Kit, go and slay. And if you must, call on your Sqwire. I think we did also decide that Sir Kit and Sqwire are gay. Oh! Maple! Oh, and Beanie's gonna be here too! Is it Beanie? Beanie! Hi Maple! Hi Beanie! Hi friends! Oh my god, I was like, whoa, Maple! I'm gonna raid them! I'm gonna raid them! Hello Beanie and Maple and Grammy! Snacks? I'm out of Pop-Tarts. I'm sorry guys. I got chips though. I got like single baggies of chips. You want some? You want some? Hi Raiders! I'm Crystal Cheesecake. You can call me Cheesecake. Tell them about my sweater. I'll get to it. No pops. No, come back. I'm so sorry. You can have chips. You want chips? Hand over your food. No! Naru the Small, welcome in. Did I say hi to Grammy? Hi Grammy. Yeah, go Feral, go crazy. Yes, we're doing Bunnies Only. Hi, I'm Crystal Cheesecake. You can call me Cheesecake. I use they, them, or am air pronouns. I like doing character art. I like doing pixel art, and I like doing painting. We've been doing paint-along streams on Mondays. It's been really fun. Send me in, coach. I'll take them out. Well, sorry, I sneezed. Thank you for following. Feral? 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 Is that wrong? Is it wrong to say it like feral? I'm like a feral cat. Feral? I think either is fine. Oh my god, another raid! Oh, sweet. Hi, Pinster, welcome in! OMG, there's an expert at chugging hyper those things. Feral? I mean, as long as we understand each other, it's fine, right? Hi, Raid! Hello, Pinster, and Thy Heavenly, and Cage Nightwind. Welcome in, friends! I was just starting to do my, intro for the the other people that just raided in, but that's okay. We can start it over real quick, and it'll be a little easier now that we're out of the fight. I'm Cheesecake. I use they, them, or am air pronouns. I like to do character art and painting and pixel art. We like to play indie games, retro games, and Nintendo games. We've been doing this Bunnies Only run of Pokemon. We hacked in some all the bunnies that we could think of to fit into Gen 5. And we've been playing. Every time we beat a gym leader, we can spin the wheel to get a new bunny. This is what our team's looking like right now. Sir Kit and his Sqwire, Knuddeluff, Cider, Freebie, and Pepper. I love my babies. I love every single one of them. Hello, Raiders Electric Boogaloo. Yeah, we got our electric boys too. They're boogalooing. But yeah, what were you guys up to on stream? First, sorry, Maple, and also Pinster. What were you guys doing? Yeah, the bunny concept. Well, it is because I, of course, am a bunny. I've got my ears and let's see. I got my tail. I'm a little bunny tail. Yes, indeed. Pinster was playing some Final Fantasy 8. Final Fantasy 8. I was like 5. Yeah. I haven't heard much about Final Fantasy 8, but I've heard it's good. We're looking at followers' VTuber designs. Oh, that's very fun. That's very fun. I'm gonna shout out Maple first. After a minute passes, we're gonna be able to shout out Pinster. Slash shout out Maple Squid Arts. That's so cheeky. Oh, somebody already did it. Everybody follow Maple. Follow Maple to give them a big thank you for rating in today. Let's shout out. There we go. Yeah. Hit the little heart at top of chat to follow Pinster as well. Yeah, were you enjoying Final Fantasy? And did you... Wait, you hit 1K followers, Maple? That's so epic! Congratulations! Beanie's bothering me to say it. So, this sweater that I'm wearing, this one, it's my Yippee emote. It's my Yippee emote, and it's super silly and cute. The art was made by Steampunk Fiend, and also you can purchase this to have it in real life. There's a couple people who have it. Yeah! Somebody wore it to a con last weekend. But yeah. I do like Final Fantasy VIII, and it was so fun to have everyone with me. Hey, if either of you, a Maple or Pinster, if you got a raid and run, feel free to do so. If you need snacks, if you need to take it easy. Wow, cheesecake, that's so cool. Where would we go to buy it? You can do exclamation mark merch in chat. Click that little link, it's got my Force Wall shop on it. You can get the sweater, you can get other things. Plenty of things available for cheesecake fans, and they're all like really nice quality stuff. Force Wall makes good stuff. But yeah, if you gotta raid and run, feel free to do so. Don't let me hold you up. But if you did want to stay and hang out, I've got a beanbag chair for each of ya. And let's see, Pinster, we've got let's get you like a sweet rose tea, and for Maple Squid, fresh water. I mean, you're a squid. I'm sure you get plenty of water, right? I'm sorry. This is all I have. Unless you also want sweet rose tea. I'll be running, but I hope you have an amazing stream ahead of you. I'll be leaving a lurky. Please enjoy your lurky. Thank you. So much hydrated. So much hydrated. Enjoy your lurk, Beanie. Enjoy preparing your turkey. Yeah. We've been working through Stralton Gym. With our team of silly little bunnies. You know what? I'm going to heal up Circuit real quick. Where are ya? Lemonade? Or soda pop would be better? Yeah. Probably. Yeah. My last soda pop! And lemonade for Knuddluff. Oh, perfect. That is just fine. I feel like we're getting close to Sqwire. Like, how much more is there gonna be? Once we get there, we should be set. Oh, I set this to a cute little hoop on the ceiling. It's cute. Whoa. 2 points, 3 points. Off we go! Whee! Oh. Overshot that one a little bit, I guess. Sqwire, more like Skyty. Skyty? I don't know what you mean. Skyty. Do re mi. Oh, Latino. I see. Okay. Yeah, I think I think we're good like this. Circuit has gonna come in with the amulet coin, so we're gonna get Dosh on our way out of the battle, no matter what. Booty La, more like booty tea. We've got a magnet, unplusle, right powder, shell bell, soft sand. Yeah, that's fine. I guess the soft sand isn't gonna do anything, but I mean, what else do we have that we could give Pepper? Lucky egg, extra XP. Extra defense and special defense? Do I have any? No, I don't have any Pokemon that applies to right now. I mean, yeah, none of these apply. No, our team is good as it is. Off we go. 41096 is a good trainer ID. I feel like you just doxed me. I feel doxed for some reason. Dude, that's my trainer ID. Wait, where is it? You can't just go telling anybody. Hee, I've been waiting for you. Did you enjoy flying with the help of the Mistralton gym cannons? Yeah, I got 3 points, and then I smacked into the wall, and then I got another point. That's the back of the card. It's fine. It's on the Pokemon. They're my pride and joy. This time, let's try something else. Yeah. They're on the summary screen. Look at that cute sprite. Oh, Skyla's so cute. Skyla's so cute. Look at her. Look how cute she is. You sometimes slam into the wall, so I got like a rare occasion. I thought that was like scripted in or something. Oh no, I only have PB on Electro Ball. I should be fine. Should be fine. Now that we know Cheese's trainer ID, I'm gonna take a loan out in their name at the Pokemon. No! This is Poke identity theft. Thunderwave. Yeah, Dig is not gonna help me at all this fight, but that's fine. That's fine. Charm. I'm too cute for you to hit, right? Oh, maybe I shouldn't bite so hard. Don't do it! No, don't steal my identity! Yeah! Go! Ooh. Arch stamp! Poke identity theft is not a joke, it's a crime! Thank you, Isaac. It's not a joke, it's a booty! There we go. Yeah, I gotta get out of here soon. Hopefully, we should win this battle, right? Hopefully it shouldn't be too hard. I already won down, look at us go. Yeah, I gotta help my family with grocery shopping. Help my family with grocery shopping. In fact, let's go ahead and run a 1 minute 30-second ad real quick. Just to clear out the rest of the like ad timer that we've got going, okay? I'll see you guys on the other side. Just a moment. Unpheasant, yeah, going. Thunderwave. Zap you. Zap you. Isaac, you've got a lot of smug emotes. You've got literally your Your little mischief one with your face. And you've got the Sir Rosenberg smug dog. And then there's Beanie's one, and then there's Phantom's one. That's too many smug. It's just too smug. So much mischief. You guys think Isaac's secretly a fae? Could it be? Could it possibly be? Man, we're sweeping with Sir Kit, huh? Thunderwave. Oh! Not the priority move! Oh, I didn't even get the Volt Tackle. Yeah, we got Bunsmug too. Mickey made that one. Mickey! Bunnyco! It's been a while. Sqwire, avenge your knight! Come in and avenge your knight! Get the paralysis out. What? Fake tears? What does that do? That's the special moves, right? Fake tears. That raises. Hello. Oh, number lock. Numlock. It won't help that much, I guess. Won't help that much. She'll probably be using Air Slash and Air Lace a lot more than Bubble Beam, so let's skip Fake Tears. Electro Ball it is. We'll just run it. Oh, the one-hit KO! Dang, okay. Okay. The Sqwire was like, I must avenge him. He was not only my liege, he was my lover. Buddy, we're gonna go to the Pokemon Center. He's gonna be fine, alright? Oh. We did it! Not bad, huh? You're an amazing Pokemon trainer. My Pokemon and I are happy because for the first time in a while, we could fight with our full strength. That was your full strength. This is an official League Gym badge. I think it'll look good on you. Wow, this one is cute. This one might be the cutest, actually. It might be the cutest one of the badges. Yay, we did it! Wow, hot stuff! With that many gym badges, Pokemon up to level 70 will obey you. Also, as a thanks for a Pokemon battle that made me very happy, I want you to have this TM. Acrobatics! Maybe, like, Pepper can learn or something, lot bunny. My present to you is Acrobatics. If the user doesn't have a held item, its power doubles. It's a pretty technical move. Be sure to compensate for the lack of a held item. By the way, when I flew over Twist Mountain on the way to... So... how do you pronounce this? I have never known how to. I've never known how to pronounce this. Like, I understand that it's based on cirrus clouds, right? I think like Icarus, right? That's what I've always said, but it doesn't seem right because it's like cirrus clouds, like the kind of cloud that exists, like scientifically. So is cirrus? Twist Mountain on the way to Icarus City. Is Cirrus City? Is Cirrus? Is Cirrus? What do they say in the anime? In the anime they said like Icarus? I forgot. Let me look it up. Anime. There's no like clips from the anime. that I can just pull up. It's like, that's fine. We'll live. Team Plasma, is that the name? Anyway, they were heading for the city. What kind of people are they? Crazy ones, I guess. How do I get out of here? Oh, I have to go back around here. Hi, Skyla! Past Route 7 after Twist Mountain. A hop, skip, and a jump when flying, but it's a really challenging walk. Heads up, make sure you're ready for it. I wonder when I'll get Fly. And jump scare! They may say it is for understanding one another better, but what trainers really use battles for is to compete. And they hurt each other's Pokemon! Am I the only one who finds this terribly painful? Whatever. I'm gonna talk to your Pokemon. I've been living with Pokemon since I was born, so it's easier for me to talk with them than with people. Because Pokemon never tell lies. Hey, Plusle. Would you tell me what kind of trainer Cheese is? Okay, got it. So Cheese was born in Nuvema. Plusle just doxed me? Born in Nuvema Town, lives with. Ah, so Cheese lives with their mom, huh? I was given the Pokédex to start off a journey to see the world. Still, this Plusle trusts you for some reason. That's good. If every person in Pokemon cared about one another like you two do, I could watch over the future of people in Pokemon without having to liberate Pokemon from people who just use them. And that was all one sentence. How does Plusle know where you're from? I don't know. Yeah, he gave in my trainer ID. He told him where I was born. Man. Still thinking about yesterday and how you picked up really quickly when I said I need to commission Archer again at some point. And you were like, now wait one diddly darn second. Again? What do you mean again? Well, yeah! Oh, it came out so cute. It came out so cute. Ghetsis is using Team Plasma to search for some special stones. The Light Stone and the Dark Stone. Just use a Shiny Stone and a Dusk Stone. It'll do the job. These stones hold the essence of two legendary Pokemon. It is said that when they lost their physical form, they fell into a slumber and were transformed. Transformed! Now, they wait for the hero's arrival. I shall resurrect a legendary dragon-type Pokemon from one of these stones and become its friend. That will show the world that I am the new hero. Everyone will follow what I say. My ideology is good, but not good enough for me to let anybody listen unless I have a cool epic dragon to convince everybody. Now I know the 3 funny numbers on the back of your credit card. He shook his head. My vision is to change the world without using force. Trying to change the world by force will just make others resist. If people resist, the ones that will be hurt are the innocent Pokemon used by foolish trainers. Oh my god, yap, yap, yap. You understand, Pokemon are not just tools for people to use. And my character's just like... As a result, Pokemon and trainers who care about one another, like you and your Pokemon, will be separated. And that does break my heart just a little bit. Good luck with your dragon. He sure does like to run his mouth. I think Cheese would vibe with Paper Mario. He sometimes falls asleep if a character talks too much. Right, I remember that. Ugh, I gotta play that on stream sometime. The old N64 version. And then 1000 Year Door. Ugh, that would be really fun. Yay! Okay, I do gotta get out of here. I gotta go help my family go grocery shopping. But that was fun. Wait. Before we go. Wheel of Names. OG Paper Mario Trilogy. Trilogy? What's the third one? We have 3 bunnies left that we can acquire. Nidoran male, Nidoran female, and Azumarill. No, we're not going quite yet. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Hydrate and stretch. Thank you, Isaac. Because we've acquired another gym badge, it's time. We'll see who our next friend is. I'm honestly happy with any of these options. But I sure like Azumarill. I sure like Azumarill. I feel like a Nidoran will be a very powerful addition to the team, but it certainly would be an addition. Super Paper Mario for the booty. Oh, I played Super Paper Mario a little bit when I was a kid. Okay, you guys ready? Let's see what we get. Nidoran female! Yay! I love the golf clap. I can't get my VTuber to do it. Yeah, there we go. Good wheel. Bunny! Alrighty, let's get our new bunny. Yay! Bunny. There she is. That's a bunny, all right. I don't like how she's going. Why is she doing that? Are you trying to filter feed? Are you filter feeding, little lady? I mean, yeah, look at it. What else is it if not a bunny? She's screaming. Oh, look at its little buck teeth. It's got long pointy ears. It's bunny shaped. She wants you to put a piece of celery in her mouth. I'm waiting. Photosynthesis. It looks like she's filter feeding. Like if they didn't make her like breathe like that. Here. He's a little more dignified. Where's my celery? Oh, she's thoroughly cunning. Celery treat for Nidoran. It's got rivalry. It's got... I think that's good special attack, bad defense. I don't remember how it works. I mean, she's level 5, so it's not like she's got anything crazy going on yet. So, the thing about that, Saito, is that Nidoqueen is not a bunny. Nidoqueen is not a bunny, so we can't use Nidoqueen. Nidorina is not a bunny. Nidoran evolves and becomes like a little lizard rhino kaiju creature baby thing. Only Nidoran is a bunny, so we won't be able to evolve her. Which means that we'll be able to use Eviolite, which is nice. But, let's have a look. Let's have a look at what kind of moves she gets up to, like, level 30. Nidoran. Which one, it said. Celery, please. It sucks? What do you mean? I guess Poison Point is really good. I would have liked to get Poison Point. But I randomly generated which abilities they have. No, I can't evolve it because Nidorina's not a bunny. I gotta have some kind of standards. Let's see. By leveling up, get Gen 5. See, we're gonna get like double kick. That's nice. Poison, sting, bite, crunch pretty soon. These aren't too bad. Toxic spikes. You get some good stuff like sunny day. Interesting. Ice beam and blizzard. Wow. Thunder and such. Shadow Claw! Hey! We can do something with Shadow Claw! What's her stats like? Okay, so her attack is gonna be bigger. That's not bad. That's not bad. Poison Jeb. I feel like she's gonna be just a little guy. But she's gonna help out. I do think so. Sir Frozenberg can also use Ice Beam and Blizzard, but that's just because he can use magic. Dude, that's great. I'm proud of Sir Frozenberg. Yes, continue. Rivalry doesn't serve any real effects in adventure because it's pretty situational. Poison Point poisons your opponents with direct attacks, which means a ton of time the enemy is just gonna get poisoned. Yeah. Like I said, it would have been nice. Oh, Nidoran Male gets Poison Point. If we got Nidoran Male, we would have had it. But yeah, who are we gonna switch out on our team? I feel like Freebie has Grass Knot, which is nice, but we can teach Grass Knot to just about anybody else. Or we could swap out one of Sir Kit and Sqwire, even though I do love them. ROM hack that's just a normal game, but Sir Frozenberg is there? Wigglytuff, really? I feel like she's just starting to pull her weight, honestly. Proud of its power. She's proud of her power! And she's cute. Yeah. She also has strength for when we're gonna need it as an HM. Wait. How often are we really gonna need HMs? Oh, we'll probably need it as like, we'll always have her in our back pocket in case we need to switch her back in. I feel like strength would be good on Nidoran as well. What do you guys think? Should we get rid of one of the Plusles or Minun? We're keeping Victini and Lopunny because they're Cider and Pepper, they're killing it. Knuddluff and Freebie. Which of these two do you reckon we get rid of? Plusle? I kind of feel like I don't want to separate them. Also, we just got Plusle. I don't want to let him go yet. I mean, I don't want to let Sqwire go yet. I would never tell you to get rid of Minun. He really has been like pulling the doing a lot of good work for the whole game so far. It's between these two for me. I don't know. I don't know either. Okay, I'm gonna run a poll. We're gonna do another poll. I love polls. Who to replace with Nidoran? Who to, yeah. Ditch Freebie. I don't know. Malamar? Dude! Only Malamar. Ditch. Knuddeluff. Wigglytuff. It doesn't fit. Okay. Ditch Wigglytuff. Why is it such a small amount that you can use? Don't allow additional books. There we go. 5 minutes poll! 5 minutes poll! Make your opinion known in chat. Who are we ditching? Is it gonna be Wigglytuff? Or I don't know. Knuddeluff or Freebie? I like them both. This is the worst part of catching new Pokemon. Cause you gotta leave your friends behind. Oh, they both have Grass Knot. I'm gonna vote 2. I personally think we should probably get rid of I don't know, he kinda hasn't been doing much. I think. Cygnus and Buzzbot got infected. It looks like you guys are agreeing. Yeah. Let's grab our Shell Bell. We'll put her away for now. Back in the box to hang out with Ginny. Keep Ginny company. I do miss her. This is generally why I like knowing all the Pokemon in a region, because I like planning my team. Yeah. Azumarill, one day we'll have you. One day we'll have you. Maybe next gym. Okay. Do we have any immediate ideas for Nidoran's name? There we go. I mean, we could do like Celery Eater. Like she's like breathing, waiting for the celery. Lady Bunnies. She is just a little lady, isn't she? Me when I'm hungry for celery. She has asthma, don't be rude. Queenie, but we're not gonna be able to evolve her, so she'll never be a queen, unfortunately. Princess? Oh, Princess would be cute. Princess Celery. I can't use the Azumarill, Saito. I can't. We didn't get it on the wheel. We didn't get it on the wheel yet. Well, I mean, we'll have her by the time we get to the Elite Four. She can be a queen in our hearts. A queen in spirit. I like Princess. Do you guys like Princess? She's the celery princess. Our little celery eating princess. I think it's cute. Princesa. But in Spanish. Both are cute. Princesa. Princesa. Okay. I gotta get out of here. I gotta go help out my family. Thank you for helping me decide. Thank you for hanging out here. Thank you for being my friends. Thank you for being adorable little cutie pies, every single one of you. Yes, you. I mean you too. I would call it Boo Boo because that was the name of my hamster. It reminds me of my hamster. It does look like a hamster a little bit. You've been saying that for like 20 minutes that you have to go. See, it's like my ADHD strat of deciding that the time limit is a half an hour to an hour before the actual time limit is. So I'm just gonna like skip looking at my analytics after stream today, instead of sitting there and you know, looking at that and winding down for, you know, a while. So I have to go, but I'll still be fine. It's the ADHD tactic because I know that I'm gonna get delayed. I know that there's, you know, gonna be things that holding me up. And I'll get distracted or I'll procrastinate, you know. It's always that. Well, yeah, of course you're my friend, Saito. You've been hanging out with me since, like, the beginning of, like, when I started streaming. Since I played Fire Emblem 7 on stream. And then we played, like, halfway through, and then the Black Mage died, and I didn't play anymore. But we're gonna be playing on, Beanie's channel. That's true. We started a playthrough. Something wrong with checking a follow age. Log out and back into stream elements. I'll make sure to do that. But let me see. Cygnus's follow age. It's been following since May 26th, 2025. Yippee! Saito's been following since August 23rd, 2022. Yeah, it's Canis. Yeah, it's Canis. Snail is since November 14th, 2022. Yeah, Snail's been around for a long time. Met you through Stars Money. Well, I was planning on raiding Maple Squid, but they raided us. Thank you for banging a pan. Yeah, it's been that long. Ethereal has been following since July 22nd, 2022. That is just a month, just about a month more than Saito. Oh, Ethereal's got that beautiful first badge. Ooh, okay. We've got some good options. Oh, okay. Do you wanna raid out to a 3D artist or a chill gamer? A cozy gamer. Playing a cozy game. Which is it? What do you guys want? An artist or a gamer? Finish off my water there. Cozy? Cozy gamer? What do you think? Flip a coin? Cozy gamer 3D artist. You guys don't get to see. Yeah, okay, we're raiding out to Elfie Bean. We're raiding out to Elfie Bean. I love Elfie. Everybody loves Elfie. How can you not love Elfie? Like, if you think I'm cute and sweet, you should meet Elfie. Elfie's stream is great. They're like me, except throw a little more like silly little goblin dirt and grime on it. You know what I mean? Cozy 3D gamer artist. I'd like to meet one of those. Let's get our raid call going. You guys know Elfie Bean. We love Elfie Bean already, right? I've known Elfie for so long. They play the sweetest, nicest, funnest games. Let's greet them with a lovely wave. Lovely wave. There we go. Raid calls are super duper important. Copy that raid message. We got the sparkly one if you are not subscribed. The wavy one if you are subscribed. When we raid out to somebody's channel, Twitch only counts us as viewers for certain analytics purposes if we send a message in chat. So grab the message, throw it in chat, because also it's really fun and exciting to get a bunch of messages when you get raided. Woohoo! So yeah. Capiche? Does that sound capiche to you guys? Elfie. Oh, slash raid. Elfie Bean. I love Elfie so much. We love Elfie. They're so wholesome. I will have to like run right afterwards, which is kind of a shame, but yeah. Hydrate and a stretch. Thank you. You know what? I'll do that right after we leave, if that's okay with you. Once we get to Elfie's channel, make sure to send in the raid message, throw them a follow, and be super, super cool and nice because Elfie deserves it. Yeah! And Hit them with your best dance emotes. Buzz it down in their chat. You're required to. You have to. I'm sure they'll like a little bit of party. I'm gonna be live again on Saturday. We're taking a little bit of a break for holiday celebration. Hi Beanie. Beanie? What the heck? Tomo. Hi Tomo, welcome to my shoulder. Yeah, we'll be back on Saturday. We're gonna play Commune Night. We're gonna play more Commune Night. Little sponsored game stream. The dog's barking because people are showing up. A sponsored game stream. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great. We did it already once, and we'll do it again. Tomo, apparently. It's true. Oh yeah, Raid is gonna go. We gotta get out of here. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Remember to always love yourselves, love each other, and love the world. Bye-bye! Bye, friends!